Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here today with a very exciting stream for you with me and Dr. Terry Burns. We're going to deep dive into the life of Edward Kelley and do a review of some of the more mysterious facets of his life that are controversial and exciting, as well as review some of Dr. Burns's very cool photos from her many, many trips and adventures in Prague, and some other work by Vincent Bridges. So before we get to that, I just want to say our event, Enochiacon, the third annual Dee and Kelley conference, is coming up very soon. We're very excited about it, and it's in America this year, and then next year it's in Prague. So how do you like them apples? So I'll be right back with Dr. Terry Burns after these messages.
The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with two major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, Enochiacon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and Enochiacon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.
All right, welcome, Dr. Terry Burns, back
Hi,
to
nice
the
to be
Hermetic
here.
Podcast.
I'm glad to be here. It's always good to be here. And we're going to be talking about one of our most favorite places. So
Absolutely, absolutely.
maybe we can talk about doing the calls from the tower, because both of us have done that, and it's awesome.
I know. Yes, I might even be able to show the video of me doing the calls up there, because I was like, what if lightning strikes? I want to film this. So I did the call. I only had a few minutes up there because the tour guide was like, the door should be locked, but if it's open, go on up. And no one else went up, and I just ran up there and was like, okay, look, let's do this, and maybe sparkles will shine. But what happened was actually, like, I had felt this pressure on my head halfway through it and stumbled over one of the words. You can hear it, and I was just shaking, and I sort of stomped on the ground a bit to see if I could shake myself out of it, and I heard this voice just saying, you don't need to do that, we're already here, what's up? And that began a 3-week adventure there. I went back to Leipzig, got my stuff, came back to Prague, did some presentations. It was a blast, and that was the beginning of, that was the first, returning next year with you guys and everyone at Enochiacon will be a beautiful bookend to that adventure.
Well, maybe the Enochian angels will set it up so that we can do work in the tower. I realize this is highly unlikely, folks. Don't get your excitement up about that too much, but weirder things have happened. They briefly, you could book romantic dinners up there. So after Vincent Bridges died, his fiance and I, who were not, by the way, romantically involved, we booked a romantic dinner, and we went up there, and we had this incredible, very goth young woman waiting on us who knew we were up to something, but she didn't really care. And Alishka was kind of like, hurry up. She lived in Prague and was Czech, and I had, I suppose, the liberty that people have when you're away from home, and so very quickly, all the stuff in the altar in the middle of the table, as soon as dinner's out of the way, tablet, 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 tablet. This is quickly done, same kind of thing. Everything forms really quickly because they're there and they know it's happening. And then boom, and as soon as the calls were finished, people came up to clear off the table and gave us this look like, we know you all were doing something up here. And we went on our way. It was lovely. And Vincent, of course, had a theory, since he lived there and did magic up there quite a few times. He even mapped out what he thought the ley lines were that were connecting and how they went into that big valley down below into Malastrana. And then you've got the castle up above kind of as one side of it. But anyway, I digress. It's the kind of thing it's very fun to digress on.
We got a hello from Michael Lynch, who just became a channel member. Subscribe to the channel, like and subscribe. Become a channel member, and you get the coolest emojis on YouTube. I just posted a Dee face and a Kelley face and a Monas Hieroglyphica emoji in the chat. So share your favorite emojis in the chat, folks, and let other people know what cool emojis we get. And when we need only 15 more members to unlock the next emoji, and you guys get to decide what that emoji is. So yeah, gift some channel memberships, join the channel. There's amazing amount of content now on it, and I'll keep adding more stuff because this YouTube apparently is where you guys like to find me, and so it's where I'll be. And we're gonna dive into it. But yeah, this is gonna be a multifaceted deep dive stream, and a kind of your introduction, Terry, I think, to podcast as a stream rather than as a unit of interview unit or topic cover. So hopefully you enjoy the process. Of course, we're not going to be reviewing any AI stuff today. I did debunk an AI video on Kelley in the past, and it was kind of fun. The images can be nice, but it's painful, the stuff they fabricate about about this stuff. And honestly, I kept on my biggest thing I've learned from reviewing a bunch of AI Golden Dawn stuff or other things is like, you know what, it would at least be better if they took the actual books and fed them into the AI. Then at least they'd be accurate in their sloppage. But they tend to just invent stuff instead. They just fabricate stuff entirely. And so yeah. All right, well, we got some photos to start off with to sort of characterize and color your experiences, right? Did you want to start with those?
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, that looks like a postcard, but it isn't. It's the full moon over Castle Nevin, and that's where Kelley either he tried to escape, broke a leg. The second time he'd broken a leg, so we're not doing like the theater break a leg. He really broke a leg, fell into the manure thing below. And either by some accounts committed suicide, others died of injury. But now later on, we'll see Castle Most from a distance. It is an impressive place. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive maximum from Prague. It's something, if you're coming to Enochian in Prague, that you can easily go see. I've been there. I also went there with P.D. Newman, who some of you know. We went out there. It was under renovation. But what you're seeing here is not the castle Kelley was in. There are legends of Kelley cursing Most as he died and all of this, which are still taken seriously by some people who live there. But anyway, the town of Most was almost totally destroyed with flooding from mining and so on years later. So this castle was built on the ruins of the other castle. Now there's another picture here of the Kelley Museum. If you've been to the Czech Republic, you know they're very into puppets and so on. Like one of the things I've seen at Kelley's Tower was a puppet show of Faust, Dr. Faustus, one of the favorite things. And Kelley also, when he was in Prague, had possession of the so-called Faust house. I don't have a picture of it, but let's see. I can move this around, right? Oh, that's what I can do. All right. Well,
we have a comment from at 42. He says the AI fabricates ears on E. Kelley, but is that true? Is that I think it wasn't. It seems that Kelley had 2 working ears his entire life.
Well, there is something Michael Wilding dug up. Let's jump into that after. I just want to find this one picture, but that's a great question. This is that same observatory. Now, some of these are all out of order. Okay, that castle is on top of this mountain. I mean, you are very isolated there. So the idea was Kelley had an alchemical laboratory there, and there was an observatory, but the rest, this is the view, kind of a hot view, right? Get it? Ha ha. Only I find myself funny, but you're overlooking this, what was once beautiful, a volcanic landscape. So while doing the Kelley ear things, now there is the definitive biography This is Evil Purse, Vladimir Korpenko, Rudolf II in the age. Now, by definitive, I mean stuff that you can check, not speculative like the one that Vincent has out. It's hard to get. It's revising. It'll definitely be out by Enochian in Prague. But anyway, so Evil Purse, Vladimir Korpenko, two Czech scholars going through the Czech archives, and with access to the work of Michael Wilding, who's an Australian author in his 80s now. He's written many wonderful books, and one of them was called Calling Spirits, Making Gold, and Swapping Wives. He came out with another edition of that, which nicely mentioned my work. It was very sweet of him. But he went through the British archives, and he found stuff no one had found before. So between the two of them, here's what it uncovers about Kelley's ears, and there's many other things more fascinating that they uncovered. But that someone in Rudolph's court inquired from one of the emissaries sent from England that they wanted to know about Kelley's ears. So something was the matter with them, but they weren't totally missing, supposedly. But that's all I can tell you about that. So, like, the horrible kind of cropping thing where they literally slice off your ears. His ears were apparently sliced off, at least that in depictions. I think the idea was he always wore a hat, so maybe over the top of him.
But none of the depictions are legitimately from his lifetime, correct?
There is one that I should have uploaded this. It's actually it actually went on sale about 10 years ago, and it appeared to match upstairs in Kelley's tower. So the short answer to what you said is maybe there's one and no one knows, but that,
because of the environment matched where he actually did reside, it looks like someone did it there.
Right, which no one knew. And then it appeared near Mortlake, and after Dee died, there was a Mortlake tapestry works. So there's I could read you more about that out of Vincent's book, because the research on all of that I actually did. And he made a couple mistakes on it that he couldn't fix because he was dead. And so I fixed them and put in footnotes about it. But that's
exciting.
Yeah. That's kind of geeking out on it. Anyway, so that's what's going on here. You want me to just run through the rest of these pictures while we're at it?
Yeah, we can. I mean, so we've sort of addressed the ears thing for number 4 for at 42 there. The ears thing is a controversial thing. I mean, in reading the historical biographies of Dee, it just seems like they're in both Glyn Perry and Wolsey. It seems they both seem to think there's no evidence. And that was just done by later detractors.
Well, there's no evidence in the English court docket, that's for sure. Yeah. And there's also one of the things that Purse and Karpenko's kind of dwell upon is that, there's a time in Dee's diary where his brother Thomas Kelley comes back and says to Dee, like, you're wanted for coining, and you would think Kelley might be scared or something like that. And apparently, according to Dee, who often leaves out key details, Kelley is in a rage. And what Purse, Karpenko, and Wilding all speculate is that maybe some charges were fabricated. At least if there's any record, you can't find the record. There's also, according to Michael Wilding, some real curious things about Kelley's marriage that suddenly happens to this person, this hurry-up wedding. It's like it appears on the ledger, but it appears the wrong place in the ledger. Now, Michael Wilding worked for the oldest newspaper in England way back like in the 60s. And he liked to dig up things on everyone from, well, like Shakespeare's marriage. He went and checked that out and was like, no, what these conspiracy theorists are saying is clearly wrong. This is a real entry. So anyway, you can take it any way you want. If you wanted to argue that he probably had ears, well, I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you the trouble with what Glenn Perry says first. Glenn Perry's book on Dee, the Arch Conjurer of England, is an incredibly well-researched book. I've recommended it to lots of people about Dee. It's very good about everything in Dee's life when Dee is in England. The part about Enochian won't tell you anything that you can't find better versions of elsewhere. And also with some time much earlier in Dee's life, not relevant to Kelley at all. So I don't really have any reason to believe or disbelieve anything Glenn Perry says about Kelley, because I may not know a lot about many things, but I know more about Kelley than Perry does.
Yeah. And Perry and Perry, yeah, it really seems like Benjamin Woolley is the one to have gone a bit deeper into the Enochian stuff than Perry. And Perry's is much more dense. If people are going to start with the Benjamin Woolley.
Absolutely. It's a better read for one thing. And it's a better read. And even though it's older, it's not, I mean, it's older, so there are some things he misses, but there's not much he really gets wrong. I really love that book. That was once I gave my students in a research writing class back before I retired from teaching, his works cited page, and everyone had to take 5 things, and each person got assigned. Well, there were some things on there that were really hard to get. So, but one of the things Ben Woolley found was the only possible connection of the Stanleys. You know, the Stanleys were associated with Shakespeare, and William Stanley was a noble who mysteriously died. And anyway, there's reasons to think that he helped out Dee and would have been sympathetic to Dee, and that he would have been sympathetic to Kelley, but no one's been able to find that. And Woolley found the closest you can get. Now, don't ask me what that was, because I can't remember. It's been about a decade ago. Anyhow, so sorry to leave us looking out on the volcanoes of most that long. But oh well, I'll click back there. Now, there is the Frater, our dear friend Frater RC, with this golem. Now, the first time, this is in the Donkey and the Cradle in Prague, of course, where we're hoping to do stuff for Enochian. So now what I do.
So when I took this picture, this is under Kelley's tower in the Alchemist basement under the Elixir Cafe.
Right.
Is that the same donkey as the Donkey and the Cradle? No.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
The Donkey and the Cradle is that house on John's Hill. Okay.
That whole area, I didn't realize that.
That whole compound, when you go in, where the Kelley
the courtyard,
which is now another place, and the owner of the whole property is different, and it's called Moo or something like that.
Yeah. So there's you with the.
So this was at the Alchemy of Prague.
So that's the same place where we were sitting.
The same place. But the time that
that's me in 2019.
The first time I was there, which was 2010, it wasn't down there, and they were fixing this up, and the museum wasn't open. Now, down there, just a funny story. I'm saying this, I want to be clear to everyone, in a you know, a place where marijuana is legal. And so this was at the Alchemy of Cannabis, and there are some people viewing now who were at an Alchemy of Prague conference. But one of the things that happened was Paul Harris we were doing alchemical things with hemp, and we were down in that crypt. It's not aerated. And at a certain point, Roger Green, who was running things, had to come down and say, look, we need a break. Everyone come up, because even though we were using hemp that supposedly only had THC up to a certain level, there was no air, and people were obviously getting quite toasted down in this crypt. According to Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just for people who don't know, when you walk around Prague, it's shocking how many stores are selling weed and cannabis. And when you look at the labels, I have photos of them actually. I should have dragged some of that up. Maybe I can toward the end. But a lot of them have Canadian flag labels. They're branded largely as being from Canada. But the weed they sell you there at those corner stores and the little hemp shots, I don't think, well, certainly as a Canadian, that wouldn't get me high. I tried. It didn't get it's not enough, but it's definitely enough to give you a slight feeling, which I think if you weren't used to it or used to BC bud like we are here in Vancouver, I think it could have a strong effect if you're new to it. So it's legal in a way, similar to I think that the way Texas does it now. There's like they are selling it all over the street legally, even drinks of it, but they changed one compound in it, so it's not technically the same thing, but it gets you super high.
And now that is apparently legally being changed, so it may not, I don't know. Anyhow, I'm going to go on with these pictures since you got them up there. So this is inside Kelley's tower. This is the tower we've been talking about, and at the top of it, you look over Malastrana, and that is a wonderful place to do magic. This courtyard out in front is a delight. Now, up in the attic, not in the tower, but in the attic, so like the third floor, there is an alchemist museum. This is the person who put together the museum. He's got a theater background. He does theater sets, and here he is dressed up as Edward Kelley. And I believe that's the picture that you've got for tonight's video. Anyway.
Yeah, he looks so good there. Everyone thought he was AI generated.
Now I'm going the wrong way. Let me go backwards. That's all right. We'll get through most. So one of the things that Vincent objected to and Alan and I objected to, but it's okay. So the Alchemist Museum is it's theatrical. It's made by people who are not magicians, and so like this magical seal that P.D. Newman and I are standing there when we went there a couple of years ago with Alex Hawkins. He was making a documentary on the Philosopher's Stone. Some of you know his work on the Philosopher's Stone, Angels and Vermilion. And we had to get a picture of us with this like fake body hanging behind us. But in terms of any magical value here, it's just theatrical value. That's totally it. Now this is back in most. That's
imagine if they had a full table set up with the watchtowers on the wall, and like that would be so much cooler. And they've had that there since I went there in 06 or 07 for the first time.
Vincent Bridges was living there when they were building that. And then he was still living in Prague when they completed it, which is why the text of that book, which we'll see a page of in a minute, was there. And that is featured in your what you're going to live stream in a bit. But I mean, basically, I think they didn't want real magic. I mean, and someone can always say there is no proof that Kelley did Enochian magic in the tower. I strongly disagree with that. In fact, Alan and I doing Enochian felt astrally contacted by them, but that might mean to some people that we're just confused individuals. And if so, that's fine. But Vincent suggested that very thing. That was a big no, we're not going to do that. Okay, so now this is back in most. I wanted to just say that in most, they have Edward Kelley days. They have an Edward Kelley puppet museum. Most is just wild. And if you come to Enochiacon in Prague, not this one, but the year after, and you want to go to most, I'm happy to take anyone there.
Well, the plan I have so far is a week-long event for Prague, and the first 3 days are retreat there around Prague, and we can go to most with you.
That would be awesome. And by the way,
so like we would do that like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday or something, and then the conference would start Thursday.
And the other thing, and I know we've talked about this, but just what the appetite of anyone listening, there's also there was there was a big flood in, I think it was 2012 in Prague, and as part of that, they found tunnels underneath. Now, I had previous to that asked, like, could there be tunnels? No, no, no. And well, there were. The last time there was a flood that bad was actually right after Kelley died. His stepdaughter Westonia writes a poem about it. Anyway, if you go to the Jewish quarter of Prague, which is one of the many things we would do, and you probably know that that's where Rabbi Lowe was, and that Golem is because of the Golem stories of Rabbi Lowe. Although you can look at the hieroglyphic monad as a golem if you want, right? You take out the A in Emet and you have Met, which is death. But I digress again. So if you go to the Jewish quarter, you can now go for, down into those tunnels for a tour. It's a place that Rabbi Lowe used. That means it was definitely sanctioned by Rudolph, or it wouldn't have existed. There are tunnels that go all the way to, and if I said the place names, they wouldn't mean much to most people here, but like to Newtown, which is quite a ways away. Supposedly, oh no, they couldn't go under the river. Yes, they can. So they could have, you know, it's an incredible tour to go on. Now, that wouldn't be exactly our tour because, like, it's their place, but it's something you absolutely would not want to miss. And I posted pictures on it after PD Newman and I went there because he wanted to film some for the video. So for any of you who know me on Facebook, after we're done here, I'll go back and bump that if you want to see some pictures of that. But I'm going to keep going on here. Now, this is my dear and sadly deceased husband, Alan, who was talking about Enochian there. This is our translator, Ava, who I know Michael Lynch will remember. So that was part of the workshop that we were doing in the Alchemy of Prague. I keep going the wrong way. Come on, Terry. Let's see if you can figure out how to get through these pictures.
I don't think people mind seeing the images over and over. Yeah.
Well, you're going. So one of the other fun things of walking around in Prague, just as a plug for the Enochiacon after this one, is in Malastrana, there are all of these, most of them way more ornate than this one, markings of the buildings. Because if you're going to say where you live, you can't say, well, say the Donkey in the Cradle is on Jansky Bresik. You can't say, well, I live at 123 Jansky Bresik because they're not numbered. You have a marker, right? So I live at the Crown, or I live at the Three Violins, or at the Two Swans. Here is the Donkey in the Cradle. Now, Vincent, in his book, writes something about why that would be named the Donkey in the Cradle. And we can get to that later if you want, but this is not the original sign, but at some point, someone who owned the building had this made. So it's like, this is the sign of the Donkey in the Cradle. That's back in most. Those of you that don't know my late friend Vincent Bridges, that is Vincent. Here's Alan in the background. Actually, Alan put this together when Vincent passed away for his funeral. Vincent's standing here in front of the John Lennon wall, which is a graffiti wall. Another fun thing to do in Malastrana is just to watch the graffiti get redone day after day after day. The mural.
Yeah, someone took me to the there's a John Lennon cafe there as well, yeah. And someone took me there on a date once. It was really cool to see there's a musical side to Prague that extends to modern rock and roll and throughout the Prague, like some of the musical venues I went to there, the underground ones, both in 2007 and in 2019, like very cool stuff for anyone who likes weird underground music scenes that are very, communal and hard to find, and you have to go through a tunnel or maybe even a dungeon. Like there's dungeons in Europe. One of my friend who lives in Prague, she took me underneath her building into like a literal dungeon underground.
Well,
it's black, and we walked around for like over an hour. I'm like, are we gonna get lost and die down? She's like, no, we come down here all the time.
Hey, just a quick shout out to Parabolas. It's cool that you've read the Ophanic Revelation. That's a book that I've made some YouTube videos about. It's a totally novel approach to Enochian. Vincent, when he was putting it together, and Alan and I were living nearby, and his partner then of many years, Darlene, was doing the artwork for it. The intention, which was never realized, was that you would have a book with all this information that you wouldn't quite know how to use. Like if you look at the complete Ophanic handbook, which I've got a YouTube video about, but it's looking at the sacred geometry of it that he downloaded. And then Alan and I used the same kind of geometry. But you wouldn't actually know how to use it from reading it. So the idea was that that was going to be a book to teach a group of students. Before that happened, Vincent passed away. I mean, he was the age that I am now when he died. So now I'm going to talk quickly about a couple other things since you have this picture here. Up here, Vincent is dowsing. This isn't at the Donkey and the Cradle. This isn't at any of the places we've talked about. But this is at this really cool alchemical sacred geometry infused place that was built by Ferdinand of Tyrol, who was a cousin of Rudolph. And it's 4 levels, 1 level associated with every element, and they are triangular levels. So basically you've got 2 hexagrams there. I mean, it's a fascinating building, and it's right on a ley line. A question about when did he pass away? It's 12 years ago, 2014. In fact, that's a story that I will probably tell. I'll tell it while we have this up here, because this was for Vincent's funeral. So Vincent, and Vincent's not the only one Vincent seemed to have Edward Kelley's memories. You can believe that or not. It seems like an odd claim. I have had the odd honor this life of knowing 4 people who thought they were reincarnations of Kelley. Maybe they all were. Vincent was by far the most convincing, and the only one whose alleged memories led to tangible results. Now, some of them didn't, but some of them did. We had a very weird way of researching, which was I think of this fondly now. I kind of resented it at the time. He would call me the queen of research, and I'd be like, yeah, that means you want me to do some work for you. You want me to see if I can find anything to support this crazy idea you have. So we had an interesting dynamic for years with this stuff. But anyway, because of the things he writes about in An Alchemical Enigma, his book on Kelley, he thought that Kelley was having an affair with this well-placed, noble woman. I won't tell you any more than that because it would ruin the whole story. Well, he thought he had met that person in this lifetime, and maybe he did, but it led to such drama, and it's their drama, not mine. So recounting it, I guess I'd only do if I wrote a cheesy novel someday, which I might. In any case, what Vincent did was write a play. The play was about, now the thesis of the play was that this affair with this person who was part of a faction that was against Emperor Rudolph anyway, led to the duel where Kelley killed this other alchemist, shot this alchemist probably because Kelley was kind of bent over and had trouble getting around by then, and then escaped, got as far as South Bohemia. His brother, if he really was his brother, Thomas Kelley, was tortured. Edward Dyer, who you may know from Dee's diary, wound up being in charge of the Order of the Garter back in England. Edward Dyer winds up under house arrest with the rest of Kelley's family in the Donkey and the Cradle. So Vincent wrote all of this up. And so the idea was that somewhere in here, I don't know, that he was I'd have to tell you the whole play. Well, I won't do that. But he wrote this play to somehow heal the karma with this dark lady.
That's such a cool idea, though. Like,
but here's the kicker. So he had actors set up. He had a very talented director who is still there, Logan Hillier, who teaches drama and is a professional actor, was helping put on the play. And the night before the play, Vincent died. Now, I mean, so that was in 2014. The other,
that's so crazy. The night before this magical play designed to heal karma across time and space.
Well, the other, it's crazy. And another way of looking at it is, so he and, I shouldn't have said Logan
finished his work and entered into the invisible.
This guy that we will call Fred Smith or something, or I don't know, whatever. They were working with doing this time telephone magic with the Archangel Raziel that had gone on for a while. And I remember reading it and thinking like, you guys, are you sure you want to do this? This person was blogging about it. He's since deleted the whole blog, so don't go searching for it. You won't find it. But I mean, so another way of looking at it is that, well, what he did succeeded, but killed him in the present. But from a strictly medical point of view, I mean, he also had what's like bamboo spine. I can't pronounce the scientific name of it. He was very unhealthy. Vincent was the whole time that I knew him. So, and as a side product of that, people often have heart problems. So it seems like he had a heart attack and died the night before. But anyway, that's a long-winded answer to your question. Ask more questions. I'll be similarly long.
You were there to see the play, weren't you there at the time?
No, I went. I was in China when all of this happened, teaching, and learned about it by email. And I got home just in time to hop in the car with Alan and drive to Vincent's funeral, because then there were a variety of conflicts ensued, which I will not describe at this time. But we wanted to go see his mother, who, I mean, she was his only child, and she was a very nice elderly lady in South Carolina. And so, but we heard about the play, and I had multiple copies of the play because we were still sending manuscripts back and forth. And then I had all these people who wanted copies of the play and seemed to think they were going to make a lot of money about it. Well, if you're one of those people, okay, when this book comes out at Enochian, not in Austin, but the next, the play will be in here. It's
cool.
The story around the play, I have to tell you, is, I mean, it's a good play, but the stories around it are better than the play. And you've heard a super abbreviated version. The total version, I don't think I'm going to say while being recorded. Anyway, what this is, well, there's a much younger version of me, but we're down in the crypt at the donkey in the cradle. This is more of the Alchemy of Prague. Now, this is Vincent sitting in the place where he thought was Kelley's magic chair. I think he's probably pretty high there. He kind of looks like it, but anyway, he liked that picture a lot. There's Are
you high or just incredibly stupid?
Well, he wasn't incredibly stupid, but he.
So yeah, maybe it was the highness that helped him access Kelley's memories.
I don't know. I was much more of a button-down person, not very much more, but I was shocked at his consumption rate, but not that shocked. And you know, some people are just more fun to be around when they're a little.
Well, with his physical ailments, like I had to walk with a cane from I was basically crippled from age 31 to 34. And like for 2 years of that time, I couldn't even get to the bathroom either without a cane, crawling, or sometimes I just had to have pots and pans next to the sofa. if I
Well,
couldn't move for multiple days. And so my consumption rate was about $800 a month through massive
and
amount.
what
I would
you're
just buy
saying, you
shake.
nailed it.
I
That's
yeah,
and he
put it in
would say
edibles.
that.
It was because it was either that or morphine, the doctor said. So I was anti-pot. I was very, very anti that stuff, but I couldn't stay on the opioids because that'll kill you.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I can't function if I consume like what he consumed. But the thing is, when Alan and I briefly lived in Mount Gilead, where Vincent and Darlene lived, I remember a couple of times their connection dried up. And he was like, yeah, you can come over, but you might not like it because I'm in a lot of pain and everything pisses me off. And I was like, yeah, well, I hope you get hooked up soon. This is, by the way, from the second floor. You're looking down in the courtyard at the Donkey and the Cradle.
And so this is where we'll be at Enochian in Prague. And that other, the underground rooms that Terry showed you guys, they look small in the photos. The one where I'm sitting next to the golem, those rooms look small in photos, but it's actually 3 sort of rooms all interconnected, right? There's a main room and then 2 rooms off it. At least there was in 2019 when I was downstairs there. Unfortunately, it's not accessible. There's steep stone stairs down to the basement, and accessibility is just something that in Europe you have to understand. It's Europe. So if some people simply won't be able to.
Michael Lynch probably remembers that, but Vincent's friend Zach, who is the one who was living there and got Vincent to live there, and Logan had wound up living there. Anyway, Zach has stories about that crypt. I mean, that crypt goes further down.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's rooms beyond the 3 rooms. So, but when they let me use it and they let me stay there all night after my lectures, I looked at it. I was like, you know, you could fit in these 3 rooms. This is how big they actually are, people. You could fit 3 full-size Golden Dawn temples. Each room could fit an entire Golden Dawn style temple. They'd be slightly different sizes, but that's how big they are. So there's a lot of cool stuff that could be done in them. Hint, hint.
Yeah. By the way, here's Kelley, a depiction of Kelley in most, and here he is pointing you to the Magister Kelley Museum. That's my dear husband Alan playing the harp there. That Roger Green took that picture, and one of the things he did when we were there was play harp while we did Enochian magic. Now, this is something that I know Frater RC talks about in the video we're going to watch. This is in the Alchemy Museum, and the text of all of this was written by Vincent. It was also a booklet that at one time you could get. Do you have that booklet?
So I got the booklet at the museum actually, and that's where I got the text that I read and did a review of before I even had heard of you or met you. And then I only released it a while ago, and you thought I was getting the text from the copy of the book that you
because some of that same text is in here.
And I had to prove to you, I had to send you pictures of the pamphlet and be like, no, I haven't actually read your book yet.
Yeah. So yeah, I totally thought that. I'm sorry for being so touchy.
No, it's fine.
Like, what are you so the one of the things about Vincent, here comes another little digression and vent, but you know, what's streaming for? So,
streaming's all about the digressions, right, people?
So Vincent, when I met him, all right, I was an English professor. I didn't have tenure yet, and later I got tenure, but you know, I was like, you don't cite your sources correctly. In fact, I think you just make up shit because you need a source if you're going to say this. And he'd be like, you know, yeah. Then I think that I became more useful and became the queen of research. We had a relationship that was the best of friends and the most irritated of people. In fact, he plagiarized one of my articles that was on the net in this book, and his defense for that was like, well, yeah, I was trying to get you more coverage, and I'm like, no. Okay.
Without citation.
Well, and then I have an article explicating Sir Edward Kelley's poem that was in Journal of the Western Mystery Tradition. He stuck that into what he was writing. And I write under Teresa Burns because I don't put doctor in front of it because it just seemed pretentious. All of a sudden,
Plus, you spelled Teresa the cool way.
Oh, well, thank you.
Like Avila.
Like I'm Latino, even though I'm not. But
like Saint Teresa. Yeah, it's the
well,
cool. I think the T spelling, because you do it without the H, right?
Yeah,
I think the
don't
T.
use
I think the noise.
I
think it's cool.
like the way my name is spelled, so thank you. No offense to anyone with a TH name. So anyway, he put his name on there, and now his defense for that, which the more I am removed, the more I can see it, although it would never hold up in court, but who wants to go to court anyway, is that, well, you would never have been interested in this stuff if you hadn't met me. And because you met me, you got interested in Edward Kelley, and you would never have been writing about that. And so then I was like, well, yeah, basically, you're telling me like you're my muse. That's a muse is not the same thing as a co-author. And then I knew it would irritate him to be called a muse, and it did. So I will continue on.
Well, you've said in the past when I had you on, you've described, go to check out Dr. Burns's first epic time on the podcast, and she shares some more anecdotes about the fiery relationship you had, because Vincent was not only your friend but also kind of a teacher mentor in certain schools of thought.
He was it wasn't the Golden Dawn exactly that was my introduction to occultism. It was Vincent, and it was editing a book that he wrote with Jay Widener and needed sources for, and I had access to interlibrary loan. It's easier to get text now than it was at that time. And then also he would have me be the dry reader of this other book that was connected to processional astronomy and prophecy. And so, well, it was a steep learning curve, but I got the fastest, most intense plunge into occultism by looking at those books. Then he invited me to the gathering where I met Alan, and Alan was the Hierophant of the Golden Temple. So then I started in sort of structured ceremonial magic. But back then, we were in a Golden Dawn temple in a neo-pagan community. I think it's all right to say that community since the temple there no longer exists. We were, anyway, we were in Tennessee, and near the Smoky Mountains at a neo-pagan community. And so if you are anywhere in that area, you know where I'm talking about. But there were just a lot of intensely magical people who all lived there or came from not too far away. And so if you were experimenting, things didn't happen like later happened to me, which is you shouldn't be doing that. You're not in the order anymore. Or you talk to this person or so basically we were doing things in the temple, and then we were going outside and just experimenting all over the place. And then they also had a fairly big OTO group. By the names of some of those folks would be familiar to you, but I don't know if they want to be named or not. And then, of course, there were different Wiccan and other neo-pagan magical groups. So it was an intense magical place to do things, but you could experiment. So I remember when I got to Portal there, and then I was going to the equivalent of Portal in Vincent's group, which that was another thing, which he was like, you're the gradeless wonder. I don't really want to initiate you. You're already initiated. And I was like, well, like, what am I, dog meat? You initiated everyone else.
Plus, I hear the ceremonies are kind of fun.
Yeah, really. And he was like, well, here's what you need to do. So I had to take Rigardi's Portal Initiation, which if you know this, you know it has terrible stage directions. And if you read through it and you don't really understand what is going on, you can totally miss everything that's going on. So he's like, right through this, put in stage directions and explain it to me. Well, actually, that was one of the most valuable things I did in that grade. It made me understand it so deeply. And I understood then also, because I was translating the hieroglyphic monad then, I realized like how deeply that connects with some things in the Monas Hieroglyphica. But I think I talked about that before, so I'll stop with that at this time. What we did also though was we did mainly Enochian magic. Alan and I and Vincent and some other people who aren't around anymore. His then partner Darlene doesn't do magic anymore. Michael Morgan has died. Bear Galloway, if you're out there, Bear is still rocking and rolling in South Carolina somewhere. But I realized all the problems with Golden Dawn Enochian, and I love Golden Dawn magic, and you and I have talked about this a lot, but their Enochian has problems, and the spurious effects people talk about largely have to do with using the system the wrong way. And then to connect this back to Kelley, you get into the bit, well, this exploding things in 4 directions, this is a Golden Dawn thing. Dee and Kelley never did that, da 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 da. I'm sure Kelley did that. I just can't prove it. I mean, it's a logical extension.
Yeah, well, certainly when I was coming up, they always said it was Mathers who had the ingenious idea to separate the tablets into the 4 corners and create the tablet of union. And whoever the fact that everyone was saying that in the 90s and 2000s to me is just I mean, well, that's why Stephen Skinner published Practical Angel Magic, which is the manuscript that shows it was done prior to the long before the Golden Dawn.
You know, there was, and we talked about this too, but there was that really accurate but nasty review by Ian Rons or Sir Anon, and Ian Rons isn't his real name anyway, but it's pointing out like that practical magic is based on true and faithful relation, and either you have to come up with an argument like that in true and faithful relationship, the person writing it, Kassabaum, who appears to not like Dee and Kelley very much, you have to somehow contort an argument like that's a front. He really understands Enochian, and so he's tabling out the Tablet of Union. Because if you look at the manuscripts, and I've got an article like that online. I mean, you can find it in the Journal of Western Mystery Tradition, where I'll show you the original manuscript. There's nothing to suggest it should be a Tablet of Union. However, Dee seemed to much earlier, like in the Monas Hieroglyphica, stumble onto what we would call the 4th dimension with a cube within a cube. Sometimes it's a double cubical altar. Sometimes it's a cube that, you know, it's what we would call the 4th dimension. Well, if you figure the black cross, which connects the outside to the inside, there's a nice Hermetic maxim, right? As above, as below, as within, so without. If you connect the outside to the inside, the only way you can do that is through a line that would exist in the 4th dimension, but not 3. So there's no place to put the black cross. So tabling out as a Tablet of Union, it makes sense. If Mathers is the one that came up with it, then it was brilliant.
But it couldn't have been Mathers because it's in that manuscript that predates his life by hundreds of years.
But my point is, there's nothing else in that manuscript. That manuscript just there has the same errors as True and Faithful Relationship. So what you're saying then is that somehow Kassabaum knew that, or that the practical magic people did that, and I just don't believe they did.
See, you don't think that Practical Angel Magic could have been written by someone working out of True and Faithful Relation?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think.
Oh, that is what you're saying. Yeah. Well, in the past, you've. I think maybe I'm misremembering. I think you've said that you thought that manuscript was written by Dee. In fact,
no, practical magic. No.
I'm,
and they say a whole thing in their opening about that there is this direct line with Rudd and so on. I can see.
Yeah, the lineage is sketchy at best. But I think the point is still a good point, that it does seem that there may have been a continuous series of practitioners. I mean, Ashmole and Cotton are the obvious people. Then I think the other people are less.
Think Alan Thorogood, who isn't online, I think hardly ever, but he also found some other people doing Enochian work in the 1700s, if I recall. But they you don't know what kind of temple setup they had and so on. So I mean, it's
who knows?
Yeah. I mean, the thing that I feel the most certain of all of these unprovable things that we're saying is that that Kelley certainly seemed to have that kind of a setup when Alan and I were doing some kind of hokey pokey and thought had contacted Dee, and then it was like the third time was like, this isn't Dee, this is Kelley. So anyway, that's another.
Very interesting. Okay. Back to your images.
Oh no, I'm done with the images.
We're done with the images.
I've done everything with the images, and it's only taken us 55 minutes. So
exactly, you see how the streaming thing goes. We'll turn you into a YouTuber. I'm not really a YouTuber, but I pretend to be. Cool. Well, that's fun. Let's continue on with the magic, should we? Before we move into the next phase, and get your questions in, folks, anytime, super chat, like and subscribe, become a channel member, support the show. Before we do that, we're going to tell you a bit more, give you another.
Michael, I'm sorry, you were in there when we had that group. That was Michael was there, and I meant to say that. So yeah, cool. Now we could have pointed you out. You know, we both looked exactly the way we look now.
Ageless souls. Ageless souls. Someone says, Yochanan says, can we all agree that LeVay and his calls was a complete botch? Shemham for Rash. Yep.
I wouldn't touch him, but
yeah, LeVay. What okay, let's so we have this event coming up in Austin. It's going to be great. Terry's going to be there. Everyone's going to be there. It's amazing. We even have more people on the list coming, and even a secret guest that I can't announce at all. It's not Damien Eccles. So I'll put that.
To conjure Kelley into the middle of the room. That's why we're doing this shit. I mean, come on. I know you figured it out. But
I mean, I would be able to announce that in advance. No, I literally, one of those things happen, people, where, you get the call. I got the call, and it's a secret, but it's going to be exciting. And that'll be viewable online or in person. And to tell you a bit more about the event, we're going to take just a couple of minutes, be right back, and let you listen to me sing a song about Dee and Kelley while you see the list of presenters we have. And there's more to be added to the next trailer. Yeah, so enjoy my my Delta D blues. Going to Texas, baby. Yeah. All right. Let's do this. Any questions before we move on? It's so good to be doing this. I don't know if you can tilt your camera down a tiny bit, Terry, but if you did, then your face would be less
well, I'm
covered by the
in
chat.
trouble. The sun here is setting, and I'm trying to. I can't.
That's fine. Yeah. It's dramatic lighting. It's called dramatic lighting.
Yeah. Let's see what I don't. I'm. That's about. It'll return to how it was, but there's that for now.
Oh, thank you very much, Daphne Rising, for the super chat. Much appreciated. Damn, Frederick, he has the best voice. That's a voice that should be trending on Spotify. Thank you very much. Please let Spotify know. I would actually maybe re-upload the 10 albums I took down from Spotify after 10 years of never getting a penny out of them. Yeah. So gonna go back in the studio and record upright bass on that and add a verse about Queen Liza, and or maybe, you know, if you got any good verse ideas, shoot them over. You know how to copy the meter and rhythm of a verse. So you can, if you have any fun verse ideas to add to that track, because I've already written the theme song for next year. It's called The Ballad of Dee and Kelley, and it's set to a traditional Scottish ballad meter so that you could do it with any Scottish ballad tune, but I've made a new tune with some bluesy chords, and we'll record that as well this summer. And then you'll be able to get this song, Delta D Blues, and next year's theme song that won't be released to the public until next year. You'll be able to get them both at this Enochian, hopefully, fingers crossed, on a 7-inch vinyl limited edition. And so that's going to be a fun little side creative project. We really want, especially for this and for next spring's MagicCon that we're doing in Austin, the Art of Magic conference, we really want to encourage creativity as well as scholasticism and serious practitioners. The artistic element is in some ways the easiest thing to bring to these events, and therefore it's kind of become the last thing to come in, since the first hardest thing is to wrangle presenters and encourage them to share some of their best work with us. And that was the first challenge the first 2 years, but we sort of did that, I think, with last year, especially those kick-ass presentations, which I will say, I finally edited and upgraded the audio. We had a professional audio designer improve the somewhat weak Zoom audio recordings from last year, added clipped off the dross and added some front and end videos. So the 2025 recordings, you can watch 3 of them for free on the website right now. We do release a couple free to the public every year as a offering, and right now we've also made PD Newman's last 2 years of lectures free, so that people know where he's coming from when he presents his 3rd presentation this year in person finally. And that's going to be an interesting completion of a triptych of the strange journey he's been on. Like, I got a call from PD Newman a few months ago it's like way too early in the morning. Of course, I had already been up for hours because sunrise magic is good, planetary hours and what. And he said, "Hey, you awake?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "I said, I'm in Salt Lake City. I'll be in Vancouver in a few hours. Can you meet me?" I'm like, "Of course." And I met him, took him to a few shops, showed him the city, and then said goodbye as he headed off to spend the night at Dr. Dennis McKenna's house to interview him the next day for his documentary. So spoiler. Cool. Yeah. So PD Newman's documentary that's going to be coming out is going to be wild, because that's why he went to Prague with you, right? He sort of kidnapped you to Prague.
He didn't kidnap me. It was one of the best trips I've been on. We had a great time.
You hinted at how good it was.
And I'll tell you, I know. He doesn't want me to launch into stories because he's heard them already. But the thing is, the weather was so on our side. We got, first of all, PD Newman.
Oh, I want you to launch into stories.
Well, the filmmaker Alex Hawkins was. There was awful storms in Chicago, so I was worried, like, I'm going to get there late. Well, I got there early. They wound up being diverted, got on another flight, wound up spending the night in Istanbul and getting there the day later. So I had a day just to wander around and remember all the things I wanted to show them. Then there was too much to do. And so PD Newman was like, "Would you mind well, first it was like, well, we got here a day late. Could you stay an extra day? I was like, yeah. Well, there's too much
Twist
to
my
do.
arm.
We stay 2 extra days. Yeah. So we had a blast. Anyway.
Yeah, I was jealous I couldn't be there, but I had to keep laying the groundwork for us to keep doing these awesome events, which have really.
There was another thing that happened while you're doing awesome events. Michael, who says he was circumferentially challenged. I don't even know what that. I do know what that means.
You want to check out some questions before we move on? Okay, we got.
Oh no, but I wanted to say he knows Eva, and there may be some other people who do. Who was the translator there, and I suspect she'll come to Prague. She's Czech, and it happened that she was in Prague. She lives in Brno. So she met with us for a while, and we sat around and told Vincent stories. Anyway, Vincent's voice was pure alchemical gold. He had like that interview voice, just like someone had gone to radio school who hadn't or something.
I discovered him on YouTube, and I was very surprised by the sort of the approach he took to Golden Dawn magic. But then I realized after seeing how much then I found out he had a voluminous work, and started to realize that he was definitely doing his own sort of special thing, which was very interesting. And then when it when that connected to you, and I discovered you, and then realized the connection to him, that was when I was like, oh, there's this whole like niche or segment of the culture of the community that I've just never penetrated, for lack of a better word, just never encountered people in your particular slice of the pie. And that was such a shame, because I would have loved to have especially I would have loved to have met Vincent and perform with, like, Michael, I would have gotten along so well with Vincent and your husband.
You would have. We would have had a blast. But I hate, one of the things I really dislike is that truism, things happen for a reason, even though they probably do. Sometimes they happen for a reason and just suck anyway.
Well, it was during my disability years, 2010 to 2014. That was where my disability years. So like,
so you were there when that was there. It's surprising.
I know, but that was the time in which I could have, had I not been in excruciating pain from morning to night every single day. It was I still can't believe I survived it. I don't understand. If we had MAID back then, I would have been gone like that. Because after the first year, even your friends and family sort of stop talking to you because they think you'll never recover, and then the doctors are like, you're gonna die. And MAID, I'd be dead now. But I fought, and I'm back, and we're gonna have a fucking fun time. Pardon mon français. I think my earliest beginning in the occult was the Simon Necronomicon when I was 13. Yochanan, that is not the worst thing in the world. It was put together by intelligent guys for a creative reason. And I found a German copy in Vienna in 97, and I treasured it till it was stolen. Yeah. All right. Let's have some fun now. Here we go.
To throw back to my commentaries on.
All right. So
presented.
I recorded Vincent Bridges, a piece of his writing from this brochure, which honestly they were bilking us for. It was cost like 45 Canadian dollars to get this little pamphlet. Really? So I was like, well, and then I read the pieces. I'm like, oh, these are great. And this one in particular interested me in large part because of the Shakespeare stuff, but also just the details. Like I couldn't assess it really. So I just did a very light review audio recording of it. And then I couldn't put it out because I didn't have the audio ability or computer to handle even a basic video like this that you're about to see. So I recorded this. I might be embarrassed by some of the things I said because this was recorded in 2003 or 2023. So, but we're going to listen to it now. And Dr. Burns is going to comment on my commentary of her teacher's work, and that's how this works. That's what this is.
By Enochian.
So you just tell me to stop whenever you want me to stop, and we can talk about it.
All right, sure. Sounds great.
It's a reaction video, people. It's a reaction video. Can you handle it?
Grimoire.com. Go to EnochianGrimoire.com for an introductory and comprehensive course of traditional and purist
You've checked out my course. It's okay, right?
Yeah. What?
Enochian
It's a shout out for my course in the video.
Because I'd like to actually talk to you about that sometime, but not we go too far afield.
Sounds good.
Angel magic in the tradition of John Dee and Sir Edward Kelley.
So I just set the video.
Now, there's a lot of things we can say about this man called Edward Kelley. Today, I want to look at him in relationship to Dee and Shakespeare and Prague. The source material for what I will be commenting on comes from, in part, Vincent Bridges. Thank you to him for his work, and I hope you enjoy my commentary.
Why am I not?
Act 1, he says, Kelley claimed that he was born on August 1st, 15...
I did this recording when I was much less computer tech savvy, 3-4 years ago. Might even been longer than that. So it is what it is.
1555, and this matches Worcestershire records. Edward, son of Patrick Kelley, was christened on 2nd August 1555 at St. Swithin's, Worcester.
Okay, stop right
However,
away.
this Edward Kelley, who was in relationship...
So you'll find out if you get a copy of Vincent's book that he sort of walked that back because of a few reasons. There's all kinds of trouble with the records. There's plenty of evidence that something is up with Kelley. You could even say maybe it's an assumed name, although I don't think that, but someone could make that argument. And it's also a super common name. Like, think of the Lost Colony in the Carolinas. There's an Edward Kelley involved there. In fact, another dude who thought he was Edward Kelley, Ivan Svitak, who wrote about Kelley, pointed out that Edward Kelley. So that's the story. But fake identities are... Who usually makes fake identities? You make a fake ID, you're going to get caught. The government can make one for you. They can put you in a
Wait, are you saying spies?
Spies. And so
spies. See, that's the other reason I recorded this text from the pamphlet. Shakespeare and spies. Giddy up.
Well, and the Shakespeare thing we'll stop with for later on.
We'll get there.
Is,
buckle up, folks.
If Kelley if the things are true about Kelley that appear to be true by the research that Pers and Karpenko think, let alone the things I think, then that can't be correct. So I'll just leave it at that. Also, supposedly he has a sister there. Michael Wilding went around looking for that. And then Thomas Kelley. Thomas Kelley is his own problem, or he was Vincent and my problem, because we both felt we had encountered him in certain ways, and he was like the invisible man. But let's just say in this book, Vincent speculates that Thomas Kelley, was not Edward Kelley's brother, that he was the brother or in some way related to the person that Kelley is forced to marry. And then you take a deep dive into weirdness that I'm happy to do, but not So last thing I want to say, though, just about this birth entry is it also matches the astrology that John Dee draws up for Kelley. Now, of course, Dee is an expert astrologer, but if you analyze that astrology, what does it show? Well, it could be just showing things that are correct about Kelley, like that he's a strong-willed person, that he has a tendency to be dishonest and manipulative. So maybe it's accurate. Maybe it's also some shade being thrown at the dude. And also, he's born on, ironically, the day when Alan and I got married, though we didn't plan that. It's either August, it's Lunisog, basically. It's a Celtic holiday. So I don't think that what Vincent says there, which agrees with what most Kelley researchers say, I don't think that that is necessarily true if you posit that Kelley is a spy and spying for someone for England. It could be true, but it makes him a lot younger than he seems. He seems to have health problems almost as soon as he shows up. He definitely has health problems in Prague. You have people, you know, getting things for him to rest on because his back is so bad he can't kneel. He's using a cane. He is now part of it is because apparently he's a little chubby, but he may be a little chubby because he has a lot of trouble getting around, and that's not the usual image of Kelley that we get. It also is something that led Vincent to think, and Alan and I agreed, that in that famous duel, you have an idea of this very virile young dude or virile middle-aged dude, which is Kelley, if you go by that birth date, is quite a bit younger than Dee. If you even tack 10 years onto him, then you're like, how could this person have won a duel? Well, by it being a duel, not with swords, but with a pistol and shooting the guy. That's how. Okay. End of digression.
Yeah. I love it. That's why we're here.
Simply used in a 16th century version of identity theft to give Edward Kelley a verifiable identity.
There, good job.
Worcester is also cited as the location of Kelley's pillory and ear cropping for counterfeiting. However, the story is not contemporary and is mentioned only as a local legend by Nash in his collections of the history of Worcester, published in 1782. I think it's very interesting, nonetheless, that Kelley claims to be born on August 1st, and we may as well take his word for it. Who knows? It would make sense if he was forging his identity for legal matters that he would choose someone close to his actual day of birth for the sake of being able to continue and propagate the lie. Again, I don't think it's verifiable that this is what he was thinking, but we're gonna suppose, we're gonna see. Now, if he was born on August 1st is a very special day. I remember one of the earliest things I read when I was first getting into neo-paganism in the early 90s, and I read that if you were children born on the Celtic holy days, Samhain, winter solstice, Imbolc, for example, and Lunasa, August 1st is the day of the Festival of Light, the god Lu, my personal Irish patron deity. And Lu and the Irish Harvest Festival on August 1st is a magical time, and children born on any one of these days, or Sabbats as they're called in the Wiccan literature, were considered quote-unquote beautiful. And I read that what was meant by beautiful was that they meant psychic. So it would track that Kelley was born on one of such days. I myself was born January 31st, so I missed February 1st/2nd and a day of being psychically beautiful. But my little sister was born that day. At least one of us got the natural Celtic gifts of psychism. I think mine had to be developed from an early age. Now, in fact, in Dee's diaries, even though he is suspicious and mistrustful of Talbot, Kelley, Talbot being the first name that Kelley gave to Dee when they met, in the summer of 1582, there is no mention of any cropped ears. Actually, one of the things I noticed on my second trip to Prague, which was 2019, so about 12 years after my first trip to Kelley's tower there, he has a big tower if you don't know that, they were very skeptical of the fact that he had ever committed those crimes or had cropped ears. The scholars in Prague seem to have decided that wasn't the case, and that was later detractors.
Yeah, actually, that's right. A tour guide told me that was one of the most she was this little blonde 20-something tour guide, but she actually was extremely knowledgeable, it seemed, and she said that was one of the things that people think, but that the people at the university in Prague said isn't true. That's where I got that idea stuck in my head.
So it's Michael Wilding's work, I think, that I'm grabbing mine from, and it's not whether some or all of his ears is missing is a small thing, but there was somebody in the court that inquired to a visiting noble from England about his ears. Basically, someone was trying to dig up dirt on Kelley when Kelley'd been elevated to knighthood to try to figure out, is this uncouth guy lying? Now, just to flash forward ahead, if I may, one of the things that people have assumed for years about Kelley, because let's face it, I mean, Kelley gets the worst press of about any person in this time period.
I mean, does he have the most talked about ears of any historical person in all of
Yeah.
human history?
Maybe so.
He should be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Most discussed ears.
And if you just say, well, I think he was probably really kind of a nice guy, kind of charming and good looking, you'd get people like, what's your issue? Okay. So anyway, one of the things that there are a couple things with Kelley that people tend to assume is a lie, and one of them I just want to set up because I know you're going to get to it, and the other I'll interrupt you again. The first one is that when he's knighted by Rudolph, after Dee goes back to England, he's made a golden knight. Well, they're like, Rudolph, this had to be a con. Why would Rudolph knight him? Well, Raphael Prinke pointed out that a golden knight in the Holy Roman Empire simply means you're recognizing a knighthood from somewhere else. So then, oh, well, Kelley's really lying because we know he wasn't a knight in England. But Person Karpenko, in this book I keep mentioning, one of their best discoveries was in Kassel. I mean, there's a stash of cool papers in Kassel. That's where we found Dee's copy of not we, but somebody, Roberts and Watson, found that there was a copy, hand copied of the Codex Marcianus Graecus of Dee's there. Okay, well,
incredible.
That's also where Person Karpenko dug up correspondence about Kelley's nobility and found, again, either Kelley really was a noble because British nobility were swearing he was, or the government has all decided to say, no, he really is a noble. Where was he supposed to be a noble from? From the area that is now Connacht in Ireland. And it's Bingham, is it Robert Bingham? Anyway, it's a noble named Bingham who is associated with Ireland who writes this letter. So this is basically true, and more true than people would have thought. Then when Kelley was referred to in some text as being from, I will mispronounce it right, Frater, you can pronounce it correctly, but it looks like High Main, it's High Mani, it's a way of writing an area that includes Connacht. So then I can
I'd
find
have to see it written. Yeah, find it. And show that book again you were showing up. Yeah. I know I used to, it's spelled like Connaught in English. Connaught. You could hear the English people saying Connaught. There it is. Alchemy and Riddle Second. Very cool.
Right now, and because I stuck a bookmark in there in case we got to it. So in their thing, this was
in Ireland, it's just Connaught. Connaught.
Okay.
CH. Streaming with Dr. Burns. Streaming with Dr. Burns.
I tell you what, I will find this when we go back to playing and read it to you another time. But it's Bingham and a whole group of people who signed this letter attesting that yes, Kelley is a noble. It's basically like, maybe you think he's this sort of.
He really didn't get much credit up until where he still hasn't gotten much credit up until it's only recently that his reputation has been given a second going over by people like you and to a smaller part people like me. But yeah, it's an interesting time. I think I know why he was given such poor treatment in history. Do you want to know why?
Sure.
The people are retarded.
You had to play that. Thank you.
You kind of insinuated I needed to in the pre-show.
So okay, let's see. Did I just find it?
We're just too wild and crazy.
The testimony of Edward Kelley, the Englishman. So I did find it. I'm going to read it now. This is one of the things they found in Kassel, a manuscript that confirms Kelley's origins. Now, I am of the thing that just because you find something in writing doesn't mean it's true. However, this really, so Kelley is also, he's supposed to be Irish, but he's always referred to as being English. Well, think of England and Ireland's relationship at that time, extremely not good. And so, of course, if he has a nobility that is recognized by the English, he's going to be someone who seems English, right? Even though he may be of Irish background. So this is the testimony that these nobles give. To all the faithful Christians who will get this letter and see, read, or listen to it, Richard Bingham, the Knight of the Golden Spur, of our fine Lady Elizabeth, the Queen of England, France, and Ireland, etc., by the grace of God, the governor in the provinces of it, goes on with all this, in the above-mentioned kingdom of Ireland, Gulielmus, by God's providence, the Archbishop of Tuam, Ulricus, the Count of, it's naming off all these people, this, by God's mercy, the Bishop of Clonfert, Rolandus, by the same, so it's naming off all of these people, the Lord of Gallic Castle, etc., and others whose names are written below. We pass our eternal greetings in the Lord, as it is appropriate, praiseworthy, and very meritorious for the nation to reveal and spread the truth under all circumstances. Right. Therefore, you should know that we have discovered and verified from a reliable and trustworthy source that here in the above-mentioned province of Connacht, there is an old and noble, very famous family or house that is called Kelley in the region or province, which is commonly known as Imani. The ancestors were honorable, glorious, illustrious, and noble. This continues on for a whole page in this book. And it also is what allows me to speculate, and I'm not going to say who it is here, but it will be in the next edition of that book, who Kelley's father was. If Kelley's a noble, that means he has a noble father. Who would that be? And if you, that becomes a very interesting thing. So then they talk about the property and why they might know about Kelley. A certain patrician named Kelley, of blood, progeny, or descent of this lineage, house, or the above-mentioned family of Kelley, emulating the excellence of his ancestors and anxious to bring fame to his name in military affairs, together with many other noble and illustrious men, set off for England in the time of Henry VIII, of blessed memory, the serene King of England, after he performed military service in the Gallic War. And this matches something that Vincent had sort of pulled out of the air, actually, about how Kelley met Walsingham in France during the Gallic War, but that's another digression. So anyway, from his wife, he had a son, illegitimately procreated and born, Edward Kelley, now a soldier, living and dwelling in overseas regions, was following in his ancestors' footsteps and enhanced his natural disposition from various arts and virtues. So then they, as a confirmation and testimony to the facts mentioned before, we put our signatures below with our own hands and attach our own seals, together with the royal see of the province, given in the city of Galway, capital of the province, on March 10th, 1595 AD. Here are 8 royal seals attached, together with the signatures, as I saw them in the original that was shown to me. And so basically, what is in that letter, which I read about half of, is more than enough for Rudolph to have made him a golden knight.
That's cool. Galway's where I lived. I loved it there.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, Galway's great.
I'd love to go
It's
there
on the
sometime.
water. It's on the
So
ocean.
anyway,
Yeah.
now, the fact that someone is a knight doesn't mean, pardon my language, it doesn't mean they're not an asshole. I mean, but it does mean that it wasn't that Kelley had pretensions to nobility. He became a nobility. And last thing, and I'll wrap this up. Then if you look at his brother, whether or not this is his blood brother or not, which I really do not think he was, and neither did Alan and neither did Vincent, but his brother is married into nobility. And one of the people who writes about it says, well, and look at Thomas Kelley marries into the rising middle class in Bohemia. It's like, no, he doesn't. He marries into a noble family. Read, this is a noble family. Well, how would this brother, who is portrayed by John Dee as kind of a hanger-on, and you never know much about the guy, and he doesn't appear in records anywhere else you can find except for one place where he's delivering something to the Countess of Pembroke, I think. I could be wrong, but he marries nobility. That's interesting. And you could continue on with this, but let's go back to your wonderful film.
The tradition of Casaubon and all those
I'm
who wanted
enjoying
to
all of
make Dee
this.
and Kelley seem
more disreputable than they might have been. But again, we don't know for sure as far as I can tell. Given the pressures of the moment, it is highly unlikely that Dee would fail to mention such an obvious liability. Indeed, pun intended, or not intended. It is likewise the legendary necromancy incident in the churchyard at Walton le Dale in Lancaster, which is also unsupported by any evidence but the 60-year-old testimony of his purported accomplice, Paul Waring. Kelley would later claim to be the Lord of Imagny, and this points us in a different direction. It is a hypothesis that is equally impossible to prove or disprove, but it is plausible that Edward Kelley really was the legitimate, or perhaps just disinherited, son or nephew of Hugh O'Kelly, the High Chief, Prince of Uí Main, and the Irish High King. That is what he claimed with the title Lord of Imagny, which most scholars from Charlotte Fell Smith to Peter French and Francis Yates have previously considered to be just another of fiction of Kelley's. But the place did exist. Ancient Irish and a kingdom, and was ruled by the O'Kelly, head of the clan. So I wonder, the E-Man, right? E-Main, how is it spelled in the book that you saw?
It's like you.
It sounds like it sounds off. If you were just to ask me where is that in Ireland, 500 years ago, I would say it sounds like Inishmaan, the island.
It's around Connacht.
That's in Connacht.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah. The Aran Islands are these three little islands just off the coast of Connacht. They're still considered to be part of County Galway. Maybe they're not technically. Well, they're islands, so they're Connacht technically is maybe the land and not the water. But anyway, the people who live there don't consider themselves to be part of Ireland. That's how they're like 800 people, 500 people, and 200 people on the islands, with one pub per 100 people on all of them to this day. And they only got electricity in the 70s, and they do not consider themselves to be part of Ireland. They're part of Aran. They're part of Aran. They're like, this is not Ireland. Nil she Aran ta Aran, right? And they're like, they speak an old dialect of Irish that I learned a lot of. They'd say really, really strange phrases that I would then try and say in Ireland, and people would be like, "Where the hell did you get that?" Like sort of, yeah. It was pretty cool. The Aran Islands are a great place to spend a brief amount of time. But it sounds like he's talking about Inishmaan, like the middle island.
Well, I can't say all of what I think, because it's like the biggest scholarly thing people are going to laugh at me at, since I claim that Francis Garland was Shakespeare based on Vincent claiming Francis Garland in the diaries was Shakespeare. But like, I don't. So let me save that story for another time. I don't think his father though is Hugh O'Kelly, because just then, like now, if your parents aren't married, you tend to take your mother's name, not your father's name. So I don't track the Hugh O'Kelly.
Yeah, so it's High Manny in English, and Iwani in Irish. Iwani. It's the oldest, largest kingdom located in Connacht, approximately 1,000 square miles, encompassed East and South County Galway, Roscommon, County Clare. Oh yeah, so it's pretty. Yeah, Iwani, Teth Bay. Okay, so that's a real place that I just wasn't even aware of.
And do you know the guy that wrote the Reckoning? It was a real. Since we're going into Shakespeare, this was the person who wrote. God, I can't think of his name, but it was basically saying that when Christopher Marlowe, the playwright, was killed, it was a spy hit between three rival spy groups, and then this guy wandered into writing about Kelley and just made fun of the idea that Kelley could possibly be this, and this sounds like a made-up name, and someone from Ireland wrote into this prestigious, it was a prestigious newspaper in London that I can't think of the name of. My memory has gone all to heck. And basically tore this writer apart and said, well, clearly you don't know anything about Ireland. This is a totally plausible title of somebody from this place right here. So anyhow.
Did you ever look at the Wikipedia entry for this place?
I've been tracing Kelley's father and found him finally after 10 years. I've looked
Oh
at
yeah.
what I can't do is pronounce Irish words very well.
Yeah. Once you get a hang of
No,
it,
I'm
it's
just
not too
saying,
hard.
and
Like the
he-
the UI, so the I is got a long accent fought on it, so you just pronounce that it's more e, and then Wani, the H is the MHAINE Wani, or Vani, depending on your dialect. So the M over 100 years ago, or 120 years ago, the M wouldn't have had an H after it, would have had a dot above it as a diacritic, and that dot called a shevu softens the consonant to the point of being completely aspirated. So it's just anytime you see a B or a T or a D or an S or an M in Irish with an H after it, imagine there's a dot over the letter, and it's just ha. So even SH is ha, like hala, not shala, or not mani, but it's wani. So that's one little trick. But this is really interesting here. So it says in early 15th century text, Nosa Uwani states that they were given rewards and treasures. So this is that time period right before Kelley's life. A portion of all strongholds. You've looked at this, yeah? Yeah.
I mean, if I said more about it, I don't.
We'd be here
I
all
want
night.
people to laugh at me. I don't want them to someone to steal my idea. So y'all.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, what I think is that Kelley's father was involved in one of the most fascinating magical stories of 100 years before, but I'm not sadly going to talk about it now. I will talk about it in Prague because I'll have it in print then.
For fiction, it is surprisingly real. I like the author's view on that. Act 2. Kelley's years with Dr. John Dee are described in detail in Dee's diary. They met in March of 1582, with Kelley introduced as Edward Talbot, and immediately began their angelic conversations. These continued after they left for the estates of Count Lasky near Krakow, which is in Poland, and picked up steam in the summer of 1584, when they arrived in Prague. Dee had several meetings with Rudolf II and his officials, some even explaining his angelic mission, while Kelley worked at his alchemy. I'm not sure if Dee had more than one encounter actually with Rudolf II, who was the Holy Roman Emperor of the time. I can't quite recall. I think he might have had more than one personal meeting, but he was famously ranting and raving about the apocalypse and the need for the kings and rulers to follow his lead and do what the angels told them, otherwise all was doomed. So, yeah, that's not going to necessarily get you back, invited back to the fancy parties.
I just to agree with something that you're saying here. I mean,
these are my own thoughts. 4 years out of date.
But I agree with your thoughts. And there's this idea that Dee is so pious and he just prays all the time. And he's so righteous. He does this incredibly stupid thing and goes and rants at Rudolph and says, you're going to go to hell unless you change your ways and all this stuff. Well, Deb Harkness, famous Dee scholar and also the author of the All Souls trilogy, found accounts of Dee in Prague. And he was apparently he was basically like this missionary that was driving everyone crazy, that was just going around and preaching, but also kind of humorous. And then he'd rant more and then he'd be humorous again. And what we call like green language, or we did in the 90s, or the language, green language of the occult and Fulcanelli. So you're punning to get
the language of birds.
Yeah, that apparently Dee was just, really facile with that, with the Bible, and would do this kind of thing all the time. So contemporary accounts of Dee by people other than Dee do not support this view many people have of him as being oh so pious. Let us pray. And then let us whip ourselves a few times. And then let us pray some more.
Okay. And if P.D. Newman's even slightly right about the red powder,
yeah,
I mean, the diaries themselves have them being chastised by the angels for not having enough drugs. I mean, it's right there on 4/20,
yeah,
no less, on April 20th. It's right
There
there.
is a real, the wife swapping thing comes through when, there's no scrying for that. What there is Kelley is collecting the spirit of wine. I mean, even if you just read it as like, because they've got a distillery in Trebonia. So either he's drunk off his butt or he's doing something else. And I would vote for P.D. Newman's. But now P.D. Newman would also say that alone doesn't do anything. You need to do all these other things. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. I mean, once I pressed him, I'm like, do we know for sure that they were using the Philosopher's Stone and that was DMT? He's like, no, we don't. What's interesting though, and really most compelling to me, is just like less than 100 years later, Melusina of the Russian Orthodox, the Russian Masonic Rite, and Mizraim, Memphis Mizraim Rite, and Cagliostro were using actual DMT in their Masonic initiation. So if they learned to make it, if they considered it the Philosopher's Stone, and they learned to make it from someone, it's not that crazy that 100 years earlier, Kelley would have also been in that line of knowledge and belief. That's just also, not far-fetched.
No, it's not. And another thing P.D. Newman points out that, I'd wondered with Elias Ashmole when he's talking about the angel stone, what is he talking about? Is it that he's doing Enochian? What is the angel stone?
The stone that lets you talk to angels and beings, for real?
And you should have seen him in P.D. Newman, that is, in Prague, grabbing trees. This is acacia. Look, this is another kind of acacia. I mean, it was like, traveling around with a doctor.
And as someone who lives in a place where this was all legal for 3 years, now it's not. But I saw someone turn the people just order the powdered branches off Etsy, and a few hours later, boom, a huge batch is made. You can learn to do it on YouTube. Yeah, but we didn't talk about this.
Yeah, wow.
Moving on.
By 1586, the politics at court had shifted, and Dee and Kelley were banished, ending up by that autumn at Rosenberg's estate near Trebon. Kelley claimed and demonstrated his alchemical success in late 1586 and announced probably at Rosenberg's wedding in 1587. The Angelic sessions continued, including the infamous wife-swapping incident, through 1588. By 1589, when Dee departs for England, Kelley is firmly settled as a knight of the empire and a Bohemian nobleman. Act 3. Edward Kelley was arrested in May of 1591 and held until October of 1593 at Krivoklat Castle. He was then pardoned and released back to his family in Prague. Arrested again in 1596, and he was confined to Hneven Castle, overlooking the town of Most. He died either attempting to escape or from poison on November 1st, 1597. Edward Talbot and the transformation into Edward Kelley. Edward Kelley steps from obscurity onto the stage of the Elizabethan era on the 8th of March, 1582, arriving at Mortlake in answer to the fervent...
Sorry, what?
He stole that line from me. He brought it. But we each use that line repeatedly in things that we came up with. Because if you think that Francis Garland was Shakespeare, I mean, of course, you're going to step onto the stage, right?
I love it. I love it so much.
Prayers of Dr. John Dee, Queen Elizabeth I's mentor, court astrologer, and creator of the idea of the British Empire, and reputedly the most learned man in Europe. Dr. Dee, as Christopher Marlowe would attribute to Dr. Faustus, had come to the end of human learning and longed for what he saw as a higher form of learning, communication with the angelic realms. I think it's not just a higher form of learning that he was seeking, but he was looking just to expand human learning and had reached the limits, and therefore was also looking to angelic realms to expand what we knew about the realms of nature. The earliest surviving copy of Dee's Spirit Diaries opens with the heartfelt plea for, quote, the timely help of some pious, wise man and expert philosopher, end quote. Now that, of course, is in the prayer, which is a part of the preliminary Enochian workings if you do it from a Dee purist perspective and use his
morning and evening prayer for sapientia, wisdom. What he needed was, quote, a good seer and a scryer of spiritual apparitions in crystalline receptacles. In the brash, young Edward Talbot, soon to be Kelley, with his talk of fairies and the second sight, Dr. Dee found his seer. Dr. John Dee was born in 1527, and his formative years were colored by the religious turmoil brought on by the Reformation. Dee's 500 years ago next year, and that's why we're going to Prague to celebrate Dee's 500th birthday. I don't say that enough, but it's true. Family, through which he would later claim distant kinship with Queen Elizabeth, probably arrived in London in the wake of Henry Tudor's coronation as Henry VII. By the time he went up to Cambridge at 15, he was searching for a resolution to the problem of religious authority, seeking a type of spiritual science that could supply insight into the workings of nature by infusing the natural world with mystical meaning. After studying at Cambridge and Louvain, Dee achieved the status of Renaissance celebrity in 1550 with a lecture on mathematics and the spiritual aspect of numbers at the University of Paris. During the reign of Edward VI, Dee became involved in the political maneuverings around the throne, and by the summer of 1555 found himself in prison on an unspecified ecclesiastical charge. After Catholic Queen Mary, known as Bloody Mary, of course, and her followers displaced the 9-day queen, Lady Jane Grey, following the death of the boy King Edward, times were tough for known Protestants, especially mathematicians and magicians, and especially those known to have cast horoscopes of the Queen. Dee spent several months in prison. Over 600 others went to the stake for witchcraft and heresy, perhaps even Dee's own father. Dee survived the purge of 1555, as did his new patron, Queen Elizabeth I, who asked him to pick an auspicious date for her coronation. Curiously, she also gave his widowed mother an old house on the site of an ancient lake, a house whose title a few years later would pass on to Dee. He settled in at this family home, Mortlake, which would eventually house the largest library of its time in all of Europe. Apparently, it's the same size as the one I had stolen from me, sadly, though his books were probably a bit cooler. Only the great national collections of the next century surpassed it. The type of books he collected, everything from Hebrew grammars to classical mythology to Galenic and Paracelsian. Go ahead and interrupt any time.
Oh, well, in terms of the library, I just want to put in a plug for Roberts and Watson's John Dee's library catalog, because you can find in that incredible library, they break it up by topic, and they also don't just trust the things that Dee copied down, because there were a lot of books he didn't put on there, and it seems to me that they are the ones that would get him in the most trouble, or that were the most special. So Codex Marcianus Graecus was not on there. Some Christian Kabbalah works that, given the ones he does list, others by the same author in places that he visited, you would assume that he probably had. And then you go to Robert and Watson and find, so they've updated it. They're not going to update it anymore, but they started in the 1990s. I think the last update was 2009. So if you want to know Dee's library catalog, I heartily recommend their work. That is all.
Awesome. Medical texts to works by Agrippa show him as Elizabeth I's chief intelligencer and philosopher in that specific Renaissance context where espionage meant everything from cryptography to astrology to, in Dee's case, talking to angels. The logic of turning to supernatural forces for knowledge about the universe seems strange to our modern scientific sensibilities. This is a category of experience that science has labeled subjective and therefore suspect. To Dee's contemporaries, it seemed less unusual. The possibility of acquiring knowledge by revelation or inspiration was a vital component of the Renaissance paradigm. In the mathematical preface to his edition of Euclid, Dee asserts that man, quote, participates with spirits and angels and is made to the image and similitude of God. He also notes that there are powerful precedents for angelic communications. The traditions of Enoch and Esdras, Abraham and Elijah and Moses, and, quote, sundry others thy good angels were sent to by thy disposition to instruct them, end quote. On the night of March 8th, 1582, as a Mr. Clarkson introduced his latest find to Dr. Dee, a prominent and awe-inspiring display of the northern lights occurred. In his diary, Dee notes that the sky turned blood red, with sheets or clouds of deep red light flowing overhead from the northeast. Dee was so taken with the display that he apparently ignored his visitors, who returned the next night. The mysterious Mr. Clarkson was apparently acting as a talent scout, looking for Dee's scryer and expert philosopher. A few days earlier, Clarkson had introduced Thomas Robinson, a Cambridge student who would eventually write a long poem.
Clarkson is such a, not an odd name, but Clarkson, he's the clerk looking for this, that you can almost assume it's a pseudonym. In any case, he's not locatable. There are also other scryers that appear. Their name, like one is Barnabas Saul, okay?
Yeah.
That just sounds like a pseudonym. Suppose you say your name is Adam Eve or something. Maybe that's really your name. Maybe you've just randomly made up a biblical name. So
that's so interesting. I never thought of that. Barnabas Saul did always strike me as a name shockingly appropriate to a mystical character like that.
By the way, that it isn't in this piece you're reading, but doesn't contradict with it anyway. Edward Talbot is a name you can find, and Edward Talbot was a nobleman. And one way you can read all of this is that Kelley was Edward Talbot's man, in effect, his intelligence plant or his servant or his something like that. So he took the name Edward Talbot. And so Dee is writing down Edward Talbot because he's representing Edward Talbot. You also, they could be two different people. I don't think they are, and neither did Vincent and neither did Alan. But supposedly, and this comes after, and this is something in French that comes after Dee is dead anyway. Supposedly, Kelley at some point confessed to Dee that that wasn't his real name. Whatever. Anyway, as this will soon say, Talbot turns into Kelley.
All right.
Magic.
On the Stone of the Wise, which of course is the Philosopher's Stone for those who may not know that. Robinson was apparently not in the running as a seer once Kelley arrived, but he gives us a glimpse of the kind of people Dee was trying to recruit. Mr. Clarkson and his friend, now introduced as Edward Talbot, returned the next evening after dinner. Mr. Talbot attracted Dee's interest by claiming to be talented in the second sight and to having a familiarity with fairies. He was invited back the next day to try his hand at scrying in Dee's crystal ball. You imagine showing up to someone's place today and being like, not only am I good at what you're looking for, but I'm also familiar with fairies. And they're like, oh, well, come right in. I have a job for you. Familiar with fairies. Tell me more. I wish. Those were the days. Yeah. Those are the days. Second sight, familiar with fairies. You're hired. This initial session was spectacularly successful that a strange and almost symbiotic relationship was cemented between the erudite and learned elder statesman, already a living legend, and the younger, more forceful and blarney-tongued visionary. That's Kelley. From this relationship would come, quote, what is perhaps the most unusual magical literature of the Renaissance, according to Geoffrey James, the first modern-day author to try to look at the primary manuscripts in their historical context. That's just not true at all. From their apocalyptic missionary journey to the Holy Roman Empire would come the seeds of the Rosicrucian movement and the Hermetic Revolution, which led to Europe's worst Holocaust prior to World War I, the 30 Years' War.
These two guys
So-
are Protestant. England is on the edge of war with Spain for years before the Spanish Armada. The Spanish Armada happens while Dee and Kelley are there. So they're on this apocalyptic mission, and what else are they doing? They're spying. And why are they going? Why are they even allowed to be there? Because Rudolph II and Elizabeth I are the two rulers by far the most tolerant of Hermeticists. And Dee has this great reputation from the Monas Hieroglyphica, which he dedicated to Rudolph's grandfather.
And he was already famous as a young scholar because of Euclid and the geometry, right? So, and that,
Right.
which most people might not think is that interesting to rulers of countries. And it was Dr. Burns' 50-hour YouTube course that you can do for free on the Monas Hieroglyphica that made me think about the value of geometry to a ruler, and maybe, you know, the importance of parabolas and things like that, and how that might
Especially if you're
help
like
you determine whether or not a cannonball or a projectile will hit its target.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, geometry is it really is a great science back then, and they barely had scratched the surface when Dee came along to explain Euclid to them. I mean, the Greeks understood it, but then apparently we lost track of it.
And there's not that much difference if you're doing Greek geometry the ancient Greek way. You're essentially doing magic. You're visualizing these ideal forms, even the verb tense in Greek, which is people Tasbeck, I think, calls it the helping hand, that is always around to make sure, well, after you do this, then a perpendicular will have been dropped. It's that kind of awkward construction. So you're visualizing this. Vincent used to say that if you went by Dee's house in Mortlake and you were highly clairvoyant, you would probably be just blown away by all the astral garbage from Dee doing geometry and visualizing all of this stuff. Anyway,
wow, I love that so much.
Now,
and almost as a side event,
sorry.
No, that's so. The reason why Dee would have been the person to send makes sense, but why Kelley? Because Kelley is allowed to go there too, and eventually it's Dee that gets kicked out for going around preaching about the apocalypse, and Kelley that's allowed to stay. So that's interesting, and that also tells you there's some things about Kelley that really we don't know about that they knew about, in my humble opinion.
And I also think people should know right off the bat, like, keep in mind, like, Kelley wasn't just some like lone dude who worked for Dee. He had his wife, her kids. He had, like, you know, his the family was a significant structure in the society, I would say.
It is an interesting thing, isn't it? Because Dee doesn't ever mention them. There is an excerpt of his diaries, and there's a whole article about this called Edward Kelley and John Dee's Diary. I wish I could remember the writer at the moment. But while there is in Poland, Dee has some entries, not in his ephemeris, which is and not as in his spirit diary, but somewhere else where he talks about we and our wives and children. No, it's not children, just we and our wives. But that's removed, and it's not found. I think it's C.H. Jostin, of all people, who finds it like sometime in the last century. So why is it that Dee is going out of his way to never mention that these kids are along? I mean, we hear about their kids. What is going on with Kelley's kids? And they're his stepkids, actually. So if his wife is a commoner, as we're led to believe, and he's forced to marry her, and these are just, a couple of brats he's stuck with, and they have servants to care for him or something, like, why not mention it? I mean, he also likes to feel oppressed. So there he's more oppressed. He's got two more little brats along, but he never mentions them. And some of the people who show up, and the idea is that they're showing up to help with Dee's kids, may well have been sent to help with Kelley's kids. I'm thinking in particular of the Latin tutor, Mr. Hammond, who shows up, and then later Kelley's stepdaughter writes letters to him and about what a wonderful Latin teacher he was. It's like, oh, okay. So he was there teaching her and Arthur Dee Latin.
Right, and Arthur Dee was there, no insignificant person in the history of Western esotericism.
Winds up being the doctor to the first Russian czar.
And he wrote this book on alchemy. I have it right, or Ars Arcanorum. I have it right
and
down there.
He also, in there, he talks about witnessing Kelley turning these candlesticks into silver when he's a boy, which would have, that's a fascinating book.
Available now from Anathema Publishing.
There was another edition out by Lindy.
Alla Lucis?
No, Lindy Abraham, I think, who was married to
really?
Michael Halding, but that was about 15 years ago.
Cool. Yeah, so I just thought it's good for people to keep that in mind for context with Kelley, because it's one of the things that is really, until I started thinking about that aspect of his life, I really had a very flawed and narrow view of his sort of lifestyle and role and impact in the city that didn't really make a lot of sense, and that fleshed it out a lot for me, is just remembering that about him. And there's some other things I wanted to mention, but let's get back to it. May have helped defeat Spain's Great Armada in 1588. If you want more on the 30 Years' War and the whole Rosicrucian of it all, check out Frances A. Yates's The Rosicrucian Enlightenment.
Great.
Some of her main theses in that wonderful book have been arguably disproven by academics today, but that doesn't change the fact it is just a wonderful history book, and especially as it considers what the Rosicrucian mystics may have been up to at the time.
And one of the theses that scholars were sure they have disproven, Yates was right about, and that, in my humble opinion, but having spent hundreds of hours on the Monas Hieroglyphica. So Dee argues that the secret philosophy behind Rosicrucianism is the Monas Hieroglyphica by John Dee, and her evidence for that is where this glyph appears all over the place, like in the
manifestos.
The manifestos, is particularly the chemical wedding, and it appears right at a very significant point. So I think Yates was right about that. Now I'm going to talk, interestingly enough, to Friday with Christopher McIntosh, who's a great Rosicrucian scholar.
Big
and
fan, yeah.
And he retranslated, and I totally missed his retranslation of the Fama. And so I'm going to ask him about that. It's like, well, given what you found in your retranslation and given what I found out with my retranslation, what do you think? I mean, because he respects Yates as much as you and I do. So I think later scholars added to that Rosicrucian enlightenment in some ways, and in some ways they just got sort of pissy about it and were like, well, she overstates this. How could she know? I think.
Yeah, this was the reason I'm even critical of Yates at this point, is because I had just finished going through all those papers and arguments over the 2 years before that. That debunk Yates.
Yeah.
But then discovering your work, of course, and reading the biographies for the first, reading them, both more when I was older, because I was younger when I read the Woolley one when it came out. I was like 20 at the time, I think, when it came out. And a lot of it just I didn't have much context for. I hadn't even done grad school yet, right? Excuse me. Sorry about that. I fucking forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
We'll get back to it. I'll just yeah. Oh. The Rose, yeah. So I realized seeing the life of Dee and Kelley through Europe and all the different contacts they had and all the different places they spread this stuff. It's like, well, yeah, how can you not think that they went around Europe to spread their ideas? Like, was he spreading something he called Rosicrucianism? No, clearly not. He didn't call it that, but he was clearly planting the ideas, and the Rosicrucians traced their ideas in 1614 to Dee through the Monas. So I don't know. Was Dee traveling around Europe sharing his ideas? Did people in Europe then come up with this new idea? Seems so. That seems like a solid thesis. Whether Frances Yates overstated it, I think history has yet to ultimately determine.
Oh, why did they keep putting that glyph in there, and why did they put it in places that make it seem like they understand the hieroglyphic monad? The fact is that some of the best scholars, I mean, I'm not one of the best scholars, okay? I'm just really, really tenacious. And I was going to pull a meaning out of that thing. And I had a lot of good luck. So, I mean, scholars who are much better than I will ever be just screwed up royally. They're like, well, who even read this book? This book makes no sense. And, well, luckily, most of them are dead now, so they don't care what we're saying about them. If they were living, I might talk less trash about them. But.
Yeah. And it's hard for scholars to compete with even independent non-academic scholars in their area of specialty, just because someone's area of specialty is just something they're so obsessed about that like you know, they just it's hard to really compete with that. That's why I think, you know, we don't see academics writing about the Golden Dawn, honestly, because they don't have enough. The only academic paper written on the LBRP is talks about it like it's called the LBRP. That you didn't look up. Wait, you just go to any of the archives, you'll find the original documents. I got one of them on my screen right now. You couldn't even look at a single original document when writing the first academic paper ever.
No, for sure that anyone in the Golden Dawn is a nut, except, you know, poor Gates. He must have been confused. And Maud Goen, she was traumatized by the rebel. I don't know.
So there's no basically literally almost zero scholarship academically on the Golden. There's Tony Fuller's great dissertation, Anglo-Catholic clergy in the Golden Dawn, and then there's the paper on the LBRP, which is basically just it's based on like some postmodern magic Thelema version, which is not how you do scholarship, the last I heard. So anyway, maybe I'll write a challenging piece to that and see if Correspondences will publish it, or go for Aries. My friends are like, go for Aries. I'm like, Correspondences is okay. It's not online, but it's still peer reviewed. Ew, right? It must be peer reviewed.
So who was Edward Talbot, or Kelley, and why do we know so little about him? He appears on stage as an apparent con man, then rises to become a knight of the Holy Roman Empire, a landed noble of Bohemia, and apparently achieves the grand transmutation, the magnum opus of alchemical science, correctly speaking. Most of what we know about Kelley comes through the filter of Dr. Dee, who is not always the most reliable source. One of the few scholarly attempts at resolving this enigma, Michael Wilding's A Biography of Edward Kelley, the English alchemist and associate of Dr. John Dee, concludes that the, quote, errors...
No, that's the work I've been referring to. It was the best one out in English. And by the way, since we're picking on scholars, I mean, Wilding's a very good scholar, but that book was just trashed by people. It was the best one that's ever written. What it wasn't was a fun read. It was this dogged trip through the archives of every single effing thing he found about Edward Kelley. And so people said, well, it's too long. It's boring. We don't need all of these details. Well, as he opens it by saying, the individual falsehoods about Edward Kelley are individually too many to disprove, because once you accept a few, then you just pile more on and no one's going to question it because you're talking about Kelley. So anyway, if you go and read that piece of Wilding that he was talking about there, you won't find it happy bedtime reading. I mean, it's a long read. So is Karpenko and Peirce. But if you're trying to find out details, it's a historian's dream. Okay. Terry,
awesome. Yeah, I look forward to reading it. It's going to be great to have, by next year, this Vincent Bridges book re-released and improved and added to, and have then we'll have the Wilding as book as well, and people will have two good books to read, just like we have two solid books on Dee, I think, with the Perry and the Woolley. Distortions, fabrications, and defamations in existing accounts of the life of Edward Kelley.
No, that's the line you're quoting there.
That's the line.
Kelley are too many for individual refutation. Even the most responsible commentators and historians have, upon dealing with Kelley, repeated these unsubstantiated and generally derogatory stories. And of course, Wilding himself goes on to make some of the same mistakes. The first mistaken assumption comes from the name Talbot, by which Kelley was introduced to Dee. The Talbots were a prominent family in Worcester, and although there are no records for an Edward Talbot in Kelley's generation,
Worcester has been cited as his birthplace. There are no records of an Edward or Thomas.
Wrong. I feel like this is just wrong. I mean, that may be true what he's saying about the Talbots, but I'm going to drop into the comment box the Wikipedia entry about Edward Talbot the Noble. So it'll pop up in a minute.
Good. Kelley in Worcester either. So we must conclude that this identification is a dead end. Kelley himself would later claim that he was born in the west of Ireland, of Irish royalty, a claim that is no more unreasonable than that of Worcester. Is also cited as the location of Kelley's pillory and ear cropping for counterfeiting. However, the story is not contemporary and is mentioned only as a local legend by Nash in his Collections for the History of Worcester, published in 1782. It's like 100 years after Kelley's lifetime. There are much more. In fact, in Dee's diaries, even though he is very suspicious and distrustful of Talbot Kelley, in the summer of 1582, there is no mention of any cropped ears. And this was the point of the people in Prague when I was hanging out with them in 2019. It's something that someone would have mentioned. People would have mentioned it. They say, that's why he wore this long hat. But yeah, if you hang out with someone every day or you see them all the time, you're going to notice, right? It's not like people keep their hair down and a special cap over their ears all the time. And if they did, you'd wonder what's up. And then you'd probably eventually find out, because if they didn't tell you, you'd grow suspicious. You'd wonder what the gossip is. And then it would become a thing. They may not have had social media back then, but they had courtly gossip and curiosity, especially when it seemed someone with claiming to be an alchemist and who was then knighted and given lands by the Holy Roman Emperor. If that person was sus, they would investigate that. And if any of them had seen he had cropped ears, it would have been recorded along with everything else they have recordings of concerning Kelley in Prague. In the entry for June 5th, 1583, the first appearance of Thomas Kelley, Edward's supposed brother, where an attempt to prosecute Kelley for forgery and counterfeiting, a common charge leveled at alchemists, is discussed, there is absolutely no mention of any previous conviction or punishment. And that's very odd. That's almost impossible. Given the pressures of the moment, it is highly unlikely that Dee would fail to mention such an obvious liability. Likewise, the purported necromancy in the churchyard at Walton-le-Dal in Lancaster is also unsupported by any evidence but the 60-year-old testimony of his purported accomplice, Paul Waring. The story first appeared in John Weaver's Funereal Monuments, published in 1631. The timing of the story's publication is curious, as Edward Kelley was not well known in England prior to the work of Elias Ashmole and Merritt Casaubons in the 1650s, and therefore we might give the tale a bit more credence. These yarns were later collected by Louis Figier in his 1860 compendium L'Alchimie et les Alchimistes, and thereafter became part of the legend as stories too good to ignore, true or not. Indeed, this ability to accumulate layers of legends seems to be the main reason why an accurate history of this intentionally enigmatic figure is difficult to achieve. When we strip away the legendary backstory, we are left on the pages of Dee's diaries with the story of an amazing transformation. Edward Talbot literally reinvents himself as Edward Kelley over the course of less than a year. The initial angelic sessions lasted from early March 1582 until May 4th, with a month's break between March 22nd and April 28th. In the April 28th session, Talbot Kelley announces that the angels want him to marry. The next session on May 4th is the last for a while, until November 1582, as Jane Dee apparently discovered that Talbot had been lying to them. Dee,
do you feel like you're going on a carriage ride through Czech Republic? That's why I cut that in.
Down through memory lane.
I thought I was so clever putting in that clip. I'm like, it's going to be like we're on a ride. And if it doesn't feel like it, maybe you just need to breathe some more fresh air.
Let me just throw out something about this marriage since we've stopped at this particular point.
Yeah.
I mean, it
This
seems,
is even more fun than I thought it would be.
well, it seems that Kelley and his wife fight a lot, and
That's the story.
that's this, and so, and it seems like when you're reading Dee's diary that this marriage comes out of the blue, without speculating on who the noble involved is. Keep in mind a super common thing at that time is aristocratic guys getting women pregnant, and then there is what's called marrying for color. That is, you find someone who's going to marry that woman. So it was because of this that Vincent was suggesting that this young woman's children, that basically she was knocked up at least once, and it appears twice, by some noble, and Kelley was forced to marry her. So that's interesting when you consider if that's the case, because given the stereotypes we'd make about Kelley, if there is really this John Weston who does appear, and who some John Weston guy, Dee had mining contracts with, the guy dies, but it's probably not the same one. There's a John Weston even in the Book of Oberon who I think is connected to the Westons. Raphael Prink, after I got the coat of arms that was in the Malistrana in the church where Westonia was buried, I had the coat of arms, and he does heraldry, and he tried to make sense of the heraldry there, and he's like, this doesn't really point us to any family. He wrote a really good analysis of it and published it somewhere. I've got a copy of it. So it's not, you can't prove this, but it's not a hard deduction to think that these kids probably are not this John Weston clerk's kids, because what would Kelley do if you're going to take all these negative stereotypes of him? And he marries this person. It's like, good, have your mother take care of him. We're out of here. I mean, why do these kids instead get sent to Prague, and the boy goes to the very upscale Catholic school at first? I mean, until they go to Trebonia, he goes there, and I can't think of the name of this very famous Catholic person who wound up in England and was drawn and quartered. He went there. And so, I mean, if they were commoners, they couldn't even get into that place. Yet they're supposed to be commoners. They are commoners if they are the kids of this John Weston clerk who has died. So she remarries Kelley, and her family doesn't object to it, and her mother takes care of the kids for a certain number of years and then sends them over to Prague. I mean, who accompanies them to Prague? They're little kids. So we know this from Kelley's stepdaughter, who writes about it, and some letters from her brother, although there's not as much there, and he dies much younger, and she dies young too. But she says in one of her poems that she doesn't remember anything about England. Well, that means she was the oldest of the two. So somebody has to accompany these little commoner kids to Prague. So there's a whole layer of this story there. I think you get my point. But anyway,
it certainly wasn't just two men and two women, carpet bagging it around Europe.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a whole retinue.
The number of horses that Dee has to ride back, I think it's like 16.
Yeah.
And
anyway. And earlier in Europe, he sold his copy of the Summa Sacra Magica, which must have killed him. Yeah. Because he had to buy a fleet of horses and a carriage to get home. Well, because road travel was so dangerous, right? No, and walking on the road was like suicide, I think.
Especially he's really, I mean, by this time standards of that time, he's an old man. I mean, he's basically my age, but I mean, I'd be a very old woman then. The other thing is, I think that's why the Codex Marcianus Graecus is in Kassel. Because the Landgrave is putting Dee up on his way back home, and Dee doesn't have anything, right? That's probably his most precious book that he's leaving there. At least that's my interpretation of it.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Yeah. All right, continue. We'll wrap up our tour guide, our horse ride through the countryside shortly,
All right.
folks. Begins to make inquiries, and by mid-July, he has discovered the details of the deception. However, on November 10th, Dee records receiving Kelley's second letter. There is no mention of a first. I hope you don't. And this is enough to quiet Dee's suspicions. Yeah. Soon thereafter, on the 21st of November, the angelic sessions continued. In that session, the angels, or maybe Kelley, gave Dee a new scrying crystal. This crystal would be unused for months, as the next session was not until March 23rd. In the interval on February 11th, Dee had visited with the Queen at Richmond, where he predicted the death of the Duke d'Alençon, and had several conversations with Sir Francis Walsingham, Queen Elizabeth's Secretary of State and head spy master. It's interesting because Dee is often given that title of head spy master, but maybe he's the master spy master and not the secretary spy master. It is possible that he instructed by the Queen to continue the angelic sessions as a matter of national security. That's what this writer thinks, at least. The session on March 28th continues the first hint that Dee was thinking of leaving England. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I just wanted to toss some stuff in the chat.
Oh, yeah, the main chat.
Yeah.
For the people. Yeah, show that stuff out. All right. England. Events begin to move swiftly after that. Kelley apparently discovers an obscure alchemical manuscript and a vial of the red powder under an old cross on Northwick Hill in Lancaster, a possible source for the necromancy legend. And it was so cool because at Enochian last year, it was while British Columbia still was doing its 3-year experiment of legalizing everything, including, crack and meth. And so we were actually able to show people different examples of the red powder, including like made in different ways and stuff. Like we actually just had samples people passed around and the government wisened up and has restricted those things again. And fortunately, and not as many people are overdosing. Yay. But anyway, that's a big debate. We're not getting into it.
We have a whole secret Enochian corpus that we can tell you about, but not right now.
Yes. Of course, we know a lot more about this period and these interactions around the red powder, thanks to P.D. Newman's wonderful books, Alchemically Stoned, and especially Angels in Vermilion, the Philosopher's Stone from D to DMT. Goes into all the details of this, which are quite fascinating. This stuff was not known that P.D. Newman uncovered at the time that this text was written. The Queen herself and Mr. Raleigh, as Dee spells it, stops in for a visit. Prince Albert Lasky, a Palatine, or Imperial Elector of Poland, appears in late May and joins the angelic sessions, where he is informed that he will be the next King of Poland, which is not completely unlikely. On June 5th, Thomas Kelley arrives, along with the
wife. Her name is really her birth. She was Sabine de Sive in France. I suspect Kelley knew them in France, but she's like wife. She basically killed the wife before. She had him like locked up in a castle. I mean, it took some digging to find out about. So Lasky,
those were the days.
Yeah, Lasky is just kind of sketchy. Let's just put it that way. And the other thing is, it was
the original cancel culture, locking your enemies up in towers.
I mean, that's what she did. She was like a horrible person. And the other thing is, Vincent was trying to clairvoyantly look at. He was sure that Kelley was basically conning Dee as an act of intelligence for someone else, and I talk about it in the intro to that book. He was looking for the moment where everything started to get real, and it's right about this time with Lasky. And partly because if you've done scrying, you know this. And people who have faked channeling may know that sometimes you're faking it and stuff starts coming through and you're like, oh, where'd that come from? Well, there's a scrying session with Lasky where what they're looking at is basically drawing up his pedigree to see how closely related he is to Elizabeth I, because there's a crisis of secession in England, to see how close he would be in line to the English throne. That's the kind of stuff that gets you thrown in the tower. So Vincent, when he hit that part, he was like, oh, this is where Kelley just kind of must have almost defecated in his pants, like when this came out of his mouth. He should not say that, even if he saw it in a scrying stone. To go, just because he didn't want to get locked up, right? And the fact that that continues, Dee writes it down in his spirit diary, which one could assume if Dee's an intelligencer, other people are going to see, and we know Kelley did because he's scratching stuff out. Okay, so nothing happens. Vincent took that, and I agree with him, as evidence that there was intelligence backing of both of them, because it's setting up Lasky in the same way that they're going to go to Poland and they're going to talk to the King of Poland. Wow. And scry for him? Well, that's a good way to get some intelligence. You know, I want to know what Donald Trump is doing. I'll just go over and scry for him. Really? All right.
Yeah, that's I mean, though, to be fair, the Canadian Secret Service, Thesis, they recently have they still use psychics and remote viewers. They've admitted this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Excellent.
independent journalist in Canada that I like, who's doing well, she's a vet she's what's her name? Sharon Kelsey. She's fighting against the whole euthanasia program being rolled out to kids, which I think is good. And she's done a whole expose on like how Thesis still uses remote viewers. And they admit to it, still have psychics because it works.
U.S. government.
That's so awesome. I've never wanted to join a secret government agency more. Like, sorry. Okay.
The side note that Kelley is now married, although his wife has left and returned to her mother's house in Chipping Norton. Sometime that winter, Kelley apparently married the young widow, Joanna Cooper Weston, of one of Dee's wool smuggling friends, John Weston. No marriage banns or notice exists, but when the entire household departs for the continent in September, Joanna and her 2 young children are included. What we can infer from a close reading of Dee's diaries, alongside with the political and social history of the early 1580s in England, suggests that Kelley was far from the lonely charlatan of the legend. He seems to have broad connections, broad enough perhaps for Sir Francis Walsingham to vouch for him, among the Elizabethan underground of spies, informers, and occultists. Of course, the use of the word occultist there doesn't make really any historical sense, since that wasn't a word till the 19th century. There was no historical occultist before that. They would have used other terms, like magicians or, well, cunning men more commonly. The episode of his impending
What would have people called someone like Dee, and differently, of course, distinctly Kelley, or the different categories? What do you think? I don't recall coming across many. I think maybe I think most of the terms I've heard, like sorcerer.
Well, you could call him an intelligencer. I mean, Dee's called an intelligencer.
And that has magical aspects to it?
If you're an intelligencer, then it's everything from what we would consider now just to be journalism. You're going out and collecting data. That's why people in theater troupes who tend to be linguistically gifted and can memorize a lot of lines tended to be intelligencers. It could be everything from that all the way up to angel magic. Angel magic has a tradition, as you well know, going back to Greco-Egyptian times, and one of the things that is supposed to make you good at angel magic is purity of intent and honesty. So you're honestly asking the angels, who are honestly going to tell you back this information you want. I mean, now I know in practice that's highly, highly problematic, but that's the idea. That's
it's funny, you know, the people I usually see even these days, the magicians online, I see complaining about how angels can't do anything and angel magic doesn't work and the Shem angels are pointless. They're distinctly always people that would not at all pass any level of purity or faithfulness, or like they're like usually hardcore opposite to that. And it's like, well, then you're overlooking the key factor. But
right, yeah, and those people tend to have difficulty with Enochian.
Like people are like, you know, I've tried Christian angel magic and it doesn't work for me at all. It's like, well, do you pray to Jesus? Like, fuck Jesus, fuck that guy. It's like, well, okay, then what are you expecting, baby? You gotta be in sync. You gotta be in sync with the vibe.
Prosecution for counterfeiting suggests that Kelley had a certain reputation as an alchemist, perhaps before his discovery of the red powder as a failed one. What seems clear, however, is that Dee and Kelley departed England for the continent and the Holy Roman Empire with the permission and support of the Queen and Walsingham. By that departure, Kelley had completely reinvented himself with a new name, a new family, and even a new horoscope, which he seems to have chosen as much for the symbolism of the date and its astrology as for any exact correlation to Kelley's actual birth. Even his brother Thomas seems to be more connected to Johanna and her family than to any hint of a Kelley clan. Indeed, it was common for younger brothers to assume the name of their sisters' husbands in families without a strong patriarchal presence. Kelley may have even had a literally new brother to complete the odd menagerie. Thomas Kelley would stand by his quote-unquote brother, adoptive or not, to the very end. Kelley's relationship with his wife, however, would not be so supportive. Dee records that they had a terrible argument about a month before the departure, and the arguments and emotional tempests would continue right up until Kelley's death in 1597. By then, the persona of Edward Talbot and his obscurity and marginal status in England would be far behind both of them. Joanna would have her moment of wealth and respect as the wife of Magister Kelley, the foremost alchemist of Rudolph II's Hermetic Prague. The story of Edward Kelley's rise and fall is at best a cautionary tale, but one full of high drama, adventure, romance perhaps, and a few odd twists and turns of history that no one could have expected. In many ways, his fame blends with and overlaps that of Dr. Dee's. The interweaving story of their time in Prague suggests in many ways the background of an important mythos of the Mannerist and Hermetic late Renaissance worldview. In order to understand Kelley and see him as he saw himself and allowed his contemporaries to view him, we must turn first to one of the most far-reaching and deeply troubling magical legends, that of Dr. Faustus. But before we do, I think I should comment that the idea of Kelley as his rise and fall as a cautionary tale at best, I would say at worst. At best, you could attribute him to being one of the most successful magicians that's ever lived, or scryers that's ever lived, though I consider Kelley's participation in the development of the Enochian system and all Enochiana with Dee to be an indicator of his equality with Dee. I don't believe that Dee should get all the credit. I think in any magical venture like that, both people get equal credit. If there's any miraculousness in the information that they brought through, you couldn't say it's all because of Dee's ability as a sorcerer or a magician or a cunning man or whatnot. You can't say that because he wasn't the one doing the majority of the scrying. So if you consider the numbers and language and all the interesting things within that, and I've done many podcasts with people who have analyzed that, from scholars and PhDs to intelligent members of Mensa, there's just a lot there. And that came through Kelley. So to call him a cautionary tale, it's more like he's one of the most successful and remembered magicians or magical people in history that made a system that has such far-reaching implications. We're talking about it today. It became fundamental to the Golden Dawn system of magic and is just
Do I need to say more? I don't think so. It's probably more accurate to say that Edward Kelley's success was arguably unparalleled. So let's take a glimpse at the real Magister Kelley. We have no clear idea what he looked like. The only portrait was done from reputation, a good 60 years after his death, by the Dutch engraver Frans Klein. It shows.
This is the one that I was talking about earlier. And you're reading, I know, what Vincent wrote then, and it was before I found. So this this Dutch engraver, he got two portraits confused. Now, the other one would be done by reputation too. It just would have been done about 30 years before. And it says that in the Alchemical Enigma book. It's a small point anyway.
It was a gaunt, long-faced, bearded man, wearing a fur-trimmed cloak and a four-cornered hat like a cleric's biretta. However, this image is at odds with the few details we do have from contemporary sources. An English visitor in the fall of 1593 commented that he was, quote, fat and merry, and another noted that he was a weighty man. He walked with a stick, notoriously mentioned by Dr. Dee in his account of Kelley's altercation with one of Lasky's guards on the morning of his first visit with the emperor. These guys were just getting into trouble all the time, eh? In the Angelic sessions, his difficulty in kneeling is mentioned, and most revealing of all is the papal nuncio's characterization in 1586 of Kelley as Dee's hunchbacked il zoppo companion. It must be remembered that Dee's diaries were written to be shown to people, especially and most significantly, probably other than Rudolph II, the Holy Roman Emperor, the papal nuncio. And the papal nuncios, I got to meet one once at Holy Rosary Cathedral in Vancouver. They report back to the Pope and the College of Cardinals. So if you want to get to the Pope, you have to go through a nuncio to get to the cardinals, und so weiter. And then there is the question of his ears, or lack of them. The only solid evidence is from a letter dated in Prague, 20 July 1593, in which an Englishman named Christopher Parkins reports being interrogated about Kelley by one of Rudolph's counselors. Among the questions put to Perkins was if I could give any account of the diminishing of one of his ears or of his good or evil behavior in England. End quote. Parkins knew Kelley. He is the source of the fat and merry comment. Therefore, it seems likely that Kelley had just one ear notched. If we see Kelley... I gotta say, part of me wishes I had a meme of the scene from Reservoir Dogs.
Oh.
As a long-haired, bearded, heavy-set man with a sense of humor and a taste for the good things in life, and with a bent or twisted back that required a stick for support, it helps not only to humanize the legend, but perhaps also provides a few clues to his personality. God, I can't imagine being as injured as it sounds like he was going up the stairs to Kelley's tower, up and down every day. That's why you have servants, right? But it's not the easiest thing, even for someone who's fit but overweight. This, of course, does not take away from Kelley's predilection for violence, his hysterical rants, or his talent for insulting people. But it is very different from the Faustian, demonic deluder of legend. When we add all of this together, we get a picture of a likable rogue, knowledgeable in many areas, and well used to hiding and creating useful personas as needed, and not above using his occult status as a means to an end. Kelley, we might say, craved approval and acceptance far more than love or affection. But the real core of Kelley's spell was his assumption of secret, hidden, or occult knowledge, coupled with an awareness of human nature, man's greed and gullibility. He used these skills to great effect, achieving, along the way, the Faustian status he seems to have wanted. Joan Cooper was already a widow when she married Edward Kelley and had 2 children. Her earlier marriage to John Weston, a clerk, had taken place at Chipping Norton on 29th of June, 1579, and she buried him in the same church on 6th of May, 1582. Kelley's reluctance noted in Dee's diary may suggest he was under some kind of pressure to marry her. Whatever the circumstances, Joan's future and that of her 2 children were with Kelley in Bohemia. The Kelley family traveled with Dee's family to Trebon, although they are rarely mentioned in Dee's diaries. By the early 1590s, and let's note that they could have...
They're never mentioned.
Mm.
That's why no one knew they existed. In fact, remember the old Enochian list that Chris ran? I brought up Westonia's poetry on there, and at first he was like, bullshit, Kelley had no kids. So their Czech scholars figured out from Westonia's poetry, and then later her brother's letters were found in the place where he was going to school, and he died at like age 20. So these Czech scholars said, well, these must be connected to Edward Kelley because she's writing about Edward Kelley as her father. And beseeching Rudolph for money and so on. I mean, that whole story about the poetry is even stranger because she finds it, the Czech scholars find it, World War II breaks out, so no one sees their stuff, then someone else digs it up later. Then it's brought into English by this Oxford scholar who goes right after the Velvet Revolution and finds these poems and copies them. And then when she goes back, now there are other copies, but the ones that specifically mention Edward Kelley by name on the front page of the book, that one, when she goes back to get it, is missing. It's like some not like the one, but luckily she had made a copy of it. And you can find a PDF of this woman's work on Google Scholar if you type in, like, I think is it Susan Bassnett maybe who does that? But anyway, it's she put it out on a PDF because it's such a weird story. But the point is, one reason no one thought that they existed was they are never ever mentioned by Dee. That's
interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
In fact,
And
Vincent didn't think they had any children, and I found them. And this ticked him off a little, and I can see why. And he was like, he didn't have any children. I was like, no, he had stepchildren. Yeah. Well, I don't think he did. I'm like, well, I'm sure some people think he did. I think he did.
It's mentioned in the 2001 Woolley biography.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, it's just not talked. They're not talked about much.
By 2001, people knew. I mean, he also, that was a very well-researched book, as we talked about.
Oh, his research, like my first presentation at EnochiaCon, touches on his research, and part of my research was confirming that his research was as good as it actually was, and it's shocking that the lengths he went to. I mean, he was digging through random Ashmole manuscripts to find some of the stuff that he found. It's really incredible what Woolley did, and it's a very it's also incredible. We got to talk later about, because last time we were on my channel, we didn't know who Kevin Kline was, but now we know. We got to talk about. We got to break the news to people later on.
Yeah. Kevin Kline is a real person.
Turns out it's not a pseudonym for David R. Jones.
Yeah.
He's a real boy.
And someone with some pretty impressive credentials,
and absolutely zero interest in practicing magic.
That's so strange.
Which is awesome. Been mentioned in others of Dee's diaries that were lost, like half of which were lost, and some I think we just haven't really published much of. By the early 1590s, we can locate them in Prague, first at the complex of old houses at Naslavenach in Newtown, now known as the Faust House,
and then at Kobovsky's house on John's Hill.
And the Faust house is still there, right?
It's still
Right.
there, but you can't go inside. I've tried a couple of times.
You can't rent
hospital.
It's a hospital. Oh, I guess they're busy with doing things.
Mm-hmm.
Joan's daughter, Elizabeth Jane Weston, was born in 1582 and later became famous as a Latin poet and scholar. She wrote an elegy on the death of her mother, published in Prague in 1606. This revealed the connection, for the Lady Joanna of the title turns out to be Joan Kelley, quote, a widow of the magnificent and noble Sir Edward Kelley of Imany, golden knight of his holy imperial majesty's council. In the text, Elizabeth speaks of her childhood, how her father died when she was still a baby, but the fates pitied her and provided her with a stepfather for which, quote, I was happy. Of her stepfather, she says simply, he loved me as another father. Here is an unsuspected piece of the Kelley enigma, the family man. We can allow him some credit after centuries of bad press as the protector and perhaps even educator of his scholarly stepdaughter. The household at the John's Hill house, known as the Donkey at the Cradle, included Joan's 2 children, John Francis, born in 1580 and died in 1600, and Elizabeth Jane. After the arrests at the Naslavanich house, the John's Hill was probably seen as a fortress. It is likely with Joan and the children hid at this more discreet address while Kelley was imprisoned at Krivoklat Castle. The family would have lived on the top floor, accessible only by a spiral staircase as an added precaution. Thomas Kelley and his wife Ludmilla also lived there at times in 1590s, and they, along with the tutors and servants, would have occupied the first floor. The ground floor contained the guard's room and the butler or chamberlain's office, along with the kitchen and the stables. The alchemical laboratory would have been allocated to the crypts, and Kelley himself apparently used the attic and adjacent tower as his study. And that's the one I've spent so much time at and did a series of...
Now, that's all heavily footnoted, right? Because you find out all of the ways that Vincent proved that by looking up architectural designs and so on.
Well, but I was working off the pamphlet from the tower. I didn't have this book.
I'm giving you shit.
I love it.
That's totally his being there and some combination of clairvoyance, talking with ghosts and so on. I mean, the Donkey in the Cradle is also full of ghosts, but there is no record of who is in what room. But it's clear that the second floor is all bedrooms. That's where people would have lived. And to a certain degree, you go around and figure, okay, well, Kelley probably had the best room, and then the kids probably had the worst. Thomas Kelley and his wife probably had the second best. But this is all stated as fact. I think it is fact, but you can't really footnote clairvoyant things here. You have the same problem with this that you have with the Enochian corpus, right? You're trying to scry your way into the past. I just love that he's writing about that, and that's exactly it's the same in this book too. In fact, there is part of this book, as we've already talked about, that I could just read along with what you were saying, because it wound up going from there to here. But that part I remember because I footnoted the whole thing after Vincent died, because he'd written this thing and not given any sources for it. And I knew what most of the sources were, but I got to that and I'm like, there's no sources for this, Vincent. Come on. I think he's right. I think he's dead on right, but that's we'll call it remote viewing.
Remote viewing. We can call it remote viewing. I think that works.
But it goes in the same category of, did Kelley actually do any Enochian at the Donkey in the Cradle? Well, I feel sure he did. Can't prove it.
You can't prove it?
Well, you can do Enochian and try to contact him doing Enochian. If does that count as proof?
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
So, I'm trying to give you a gentle crash course in the streaming world, but hopefully you enjoy it. I mean, you're the one who told me to do it talked about the O show. You like it.
All
It's
right.
maybe you make your daughters proud that you can be like, hey, I'm a YouTuber now.
I'm already a YouTuber, but
I know.
they avoid my channel. And I don't blame them. I'd avoid my mother's channel too if she was still alive.
I don't. I sort of wish my mom was on YouTube. She has crazy thoughts and opinions, and is a great astrologer. So it's interesting.
Lectures in 2019. Kelley returned to this residence after being pardoned and released from Crivoclat Castle and lived there until his rearrest in 1596. It was sold or confiscated in 1598 along with what remained of Kelley's holdings. Westonia, Elizabeth Jane, remained fond of Malestrana for the rest of her life and is buried in St. Thomas's Church in Letenska Street. Malestrana is that area of Prague that is so beautiful and where you'll find a lot of the tourist hostels and old town things, and it's just really wonderful. Right there across from the Charles Bridge. Kelley's death. There is only one account of Kelley's death which has any claim to authenticity. It comes from the manuscript by the Czech alchemist Simon Tadeusz Budek of Leslin, which I quoted earlier on the subject of Kelley's ears. It was written in about 1604. Budek described himself as being Rudolph's prospector for treasures, metals, precious stones, and all hidden secrets of nature. It is improbable he had met Kelley. His account, which has never been given in English before, runs as follows. Edward Kellyus was sitting there in Most Castle, with his wooden leg and his missing ears and his long hair, and he was kept apart from his wife and daughter. Then, at Christmas time, in 1597, he climbed down from his prison. His brother was waiting with the cart below, but he fell into the moat and broke his other leg in 3 places. He was taken back to the castle for his injuries to be tended. He was going to be transported down to the emperor, in other words, to Prague Castle. He asked that his wife and daughter be permitted to visit him, and this was allowed. He spoke English to his wife and Flemish and Latin to his daughter. He asked to be given some water. Kelley and John Dee. In 1581, Dr. John Dee, perhaps the most learned man in Europe and the astrological advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, had an encounter with an angel. At least, that's the legend. Dee was praying in the second-story chapel of his Mortlake home when a sharp rapping and a sound like a screech owl drew him to the curtained windows. Throwing aside the drapes, John Dee came face to face with a shining being floating a full 12 feet off the ground. The being gestured for Dee to open the window, and when he did, the shining figure handed him a smoky quartz egg, about the size of a small man's fist. Dee took the quartz egg and the figure vanished. In the mid-19th century, as part of the same occult revival that brought us Swedenborg, Theosophy, and the original Golden Dawn, this legend became the centerpiece of Gustav Meyrink's romantic historical novel, The Angel of the West Window. It is easy from a modern perspective to dismiss the angel in the window incident as a superstitious legend, but the crystal still exists, on display in the manuscript room of the British Museum. Now it's gone, loaned to some wealthy nobleman and no doubt just stolen.
That's what I was told.
Hmm.
Yeah. Who knows, though? How would we know?
Dr. Dee kept careful records and made notes almost obsessively. We have notes on the construction of his other scrying glasses, as these types of crystals were known, but nothing except the above incident about the smoky quartz egg. Even Dee's first biographer, Merrick Casaubon, who was anything but sympathetic, simply reports the origin of the crystal without comment. Not long after Dee recorded a rapping at his window, on March 8, 1581, 1 year to the day before Edward Talbot Kelley's arrival, and received the crystal, he made the first existing notes of his conversations with angels, or at least beings he took to be angels. That first working, through the scrying of a man with probably a pseudonymous name, Barnabas Saul, the archangel Anael appeared. You should note Dee spelt Anael with an A and double N, and more commonly found in grimoires written with a single N. I'm sure there's also other Hanaels as well, but when you want to know if they're talking about the same angel, always go to the Hebrew word. For example, Oriel, Uriel, both written the same way in Hebrew because they're referring to the same angel, more or less. Within a few more months, the alchemist and scryer Edward Kelley arrived at his door, and the two would launch into 7 years of magical workings that took them from England to Krakow to Prague and Bohemia. These include the mysterious heptagonal working, which took place in 1588, as the Spanish Armada was sailing towards England, and perhaps gave birth to yet another persistent legend that Dee and Kelley's magic helped create the storms that turned back the Spanish Armada. And by turned back, I think we mean destroyed utterly, so they had to rebuild and sail again, only to be destroyed again by storms, for which Kelley may have credit, as he was asked by Queen Elizabeth to do the same operation with the same angel of...
I misspoke. I meant to say Dee there.
Yeah.
The Heptarchia, which is one of the angels I teach in the course. So check out EnochianGrimoire.com for my course on how to get into this kind of stuff, if it interests you. When scholars...
Well, so Bifafes. Shall we talk about Bifafes?
Oh, you go ahead.
Oh, well, like, I mean, I just know what it says in the diary, and I've read, you know, my knowledge level is like 10% compared to yours. So, like, and also, haven't you've done some investigations? Do you want to speak to that, or?
I mean, I do, because we're in the part of it. Remember when I interviewed you on my channel, I said, if you want to talk about these kind of things, talk to either you or Aaron Leach, because like I covered that stuff, but most of my focus is the Watchtower's Tablet of Nalvaj and that stuff. So.
Well, I just mean, do you think that Queen Elizabeth actually asked Dee the first time, or do you think that Dee summoned Bifefes, who controls the seas, to wreck the Spanish Armada? Because in naval history, it's still considered a big deal, like how shocking that happened. It was that happened.
You asked me this question before, and I had you on it before, and I will have you on it again. I know that. So the theory that you know, there are magical schools, as you well know, where to be an adept, you've got to affect the weather. So when you have this heptagonal working in Prague, and Prague is this big meteor bowl, and no one knows what the working is, but let's assume it's an Enochian working. Let's assume various people know how to do it. Let's assume that it's different spots. So what Vincent and sometimes Dan Winter, though he may have argued it because of Vincent, the argument is that working kicked up a tempest, and that Shakespeare's Tempest is based on it. Now, did that involve Bifafe? I have a real reluctance to. I mean, I defer saying anything about that.
All right. We have talked about it plenty. It's just, I know the audience is curious about any signs of spirit magic being practiced that would have affected. So yeah, anyway,
I mean, they're mapping
folks,
they're mapping.
Check out my talk with Dr. Burns on her channel. Go like and subscribe her videos, follow her channel, do her Monas Hieroglyphica course, and also she and I talked about this again, and it's a fun thing to talk about.
We talked about it at Enochian. That was
we talk about this. It's a fun one because the reason it's fun and interesting and curious is because in Dee's diary it does indicate that he worked with this spirit in a time of, what's the Latin phrase, in it's like it's a T word anyway, you know, in trouble, basically, while he was in trouble, and the spirit was there for him. And the theory is that it refers to the wreck of both armadas. Anyway, back to the show.
Such as Dame Frances Yates, write of William Shakespeare's Prospero being partially modeled on John Dee. It's not hard to see the Tempest as influenced by this legend. The Magus Prospero conjures a storm that wrecks the ship of his adversaries, and through the conjuring of spirits, he has used to protect his island, all manner of ills are set aright. Indeed, as one studies the angelic workings, it becomes difficult not to see the similarity between Ariel and Uriel, Prospero's angelic familiar and Dee's angelic informant, and even Caliban, Prospero's other magical servant, has a name strongly suggestive of the rulers of the Heptarchy. More recent scholarship, including that of the author, suggests that William Shakespeare, under the spy pseudonym Francis Garland, may have been present for Dee and Kelley's heptagonal working, as well as some of their other continental adventures. And by heptagonal working, he's referring to the workings of De Heptarchia Mystica. 3 years after casting the horoscope for Queen Elizabeth I's coronation, near the end of 1562, Dr. Dee departed for an important intelligence-gathering expedition to the continent. Espionage, in other words. The easiest way to follow his trail is by noting the manuscripts he collects. The first of these, Dee learned of the manuscript's existence in Antwerp. He apparently spent almost all of his money and exhausted the use of different middlemen to obtain a draft. What appear to be the incantations that fill the first 2 books of Stenographia are actually arduous encryption schemes, but in the latter portion, Trithemius lays out a complex but coherent method in which the magical images of cosmic forces are etched into wax to capture and manipulate their energies.
By the way,
thus the cryptography and the magic cover.
Because it's kind of hard without seeing it on the page to figure out what year we're in. This is before Kelley ever shows up. This is when Dee is traveling around on the continent in, I believe, the 1560s. It is. It's the same time where he's collected Hebrew grammars, copies of Codex Marcianus, and he's coming back and he writes to William Cecil and asks for more time so he can copy Trithemius. But this is like more than 15 years before he meets Kelley.
Okay.
For each other. And to this day, scholars argue about which was a blind for which. In books 1 and 2, Trithemius directed his magic encryption codes toward the goal of long-distance communication via spirit messengers, a magical version of telepathic communication. All of this, of course, had immediate practical value for espionage. Why pay couriers if the spirits can deliver communiques more reliably? As Peter French noted in his biography of Dee, Trithemius's goal in this work is a form of telepathic communication that would be achieved by conveying the human spirit with the imprint of the sender's thought through the air to a recipient whose portrait the sender contemplates. The magic is implicitly a means of knowing all that is going on in the world, and the angel magic underlying the Stenographia would have been far more significant to Dee than the treatise's outward concern with cryptography. This was the beginning of Dee's quest for the direct experience of his radical truths. From Antwerp, he departed to visit many of the great Hermetic thinkers and libraries of his time. In the winter of 1564, he wrote the Monas Hieroglyphica in one long 12-day explosion of insight. In spite of its intentional obscurity, the Monas Hieroglyphica became the Renaissance equivalent of a bestseller and attracted comment from the best minds of the next century and a half. At the center of the work is a talismanic diagram that resembles the astrological symbol for Mercury, but with some significant changes. From this symbol, Dee extrapolated a complex system of mystical geometry, which he thought embodied the underlying unity or monas of the universe. However, having no desire for a heresy charge, Dee left the application of this universal symbolism rather vague. His readers, who knew the code and could understand the meaning and implied practical implications, made Dee's work into one of the cornerstones of Renaissance alchemy. They thought that Dee had discovered a universal symbol that, when engraved in the psyche, would allow man to experience the Gnostic revelation. This revelation in which all knowledge, gnosis, was received, then allowed one to operate as a lens or focus for spiritual activity. We can think of this idea as the basic definition of a shaman or a magician. After 1564, Dee published only mathematical and scientific works. His edition of Euclid, with the mathematical preface, appeared in 1570, and in 1577 his Perfect Art of Navigation was published. Virtually nothing else appeared in print in his lifetime. Apparently, during the 1570s, his interest in the quote-unquote radical truths came to outweigh everything else. Dee achieved earthly fame and made significant contributions to the development of several hard sciences in his own time. Increasingly, it must have seemed that only non-local, non-physical intelligences could answer Dee's ever more complex questions. From 1563 on, Dee had the tools and the basic understanding to embark on an exploration of angelic communication, the idea that had led him to copy Trithemius's with such excitement. His notes, however, record only a few attempts done without much enthusiasm. That is, until the angel rapped on his window. Dr. John Dee's first serious attempt at angelic communication on December 22nd, 1581, involved a man by the curious name of Barnabas Saul, one of Dee's servants, who acted as a medium or seer. Apparently he was a better footman than medium, for after a few sessions we hear little more about him. By March 1582, however, Dee's seer had located him. His diary reads, Mortlake, in the name of Jesus Christ, Amen, in the year 1582, on the 10th day of March, before noon, Saturday. One Mr. Edward Talbot came to my house, and he being willing and desirous to see or show something in spiritual practice. So begin Dee's notes of his first scrying session with his new seer, Edward Talbot Kelley. At first, Dee was suspicious of the younger man, and rightly. Kelley appeared unannounced, offering a fake name. He might have been a spy seeking information on Dee's spirit conjurations, and even when identified, proved to have an unsavory reputation. Dee must have resolved his doubts, because on an early spring morning, a year and 2 days after Dee's first angelic visitation, they sat down for a trial run with the scrying stone. And it's hard not to be impressed by the vivid quality of the quickly written notes of the proceedings. Kelley fell to his knees before Dee's desks and began to pray over the stone. Surprised, Dee took Kelley and the stone into his chapel, or oratory. Within a quarter of an hour, Kelley began to see an angelic shape in the crystal, this being identified itself as the Archangel Oriel, accompanied by Raphael and Michael. Dee was hooked by this immediate success, and so began a long, strange relationship between these two men and the angels. For the next 7 years, they conducted almost daily sessions. Dee, of course, wrote everything down in his spiritual diaries, and reading them becomes, after a while, an exercise in applied surrealism. As an example of a dialogue with the deep unconscious other, they are unparalleled. Now, this author's idea that this is an example of dialogue with the deep unconscious other, of course, is anachronistic projection on the past. There's, for example, no evidence that there is an unconscious other at all. At this first session, the Archangel...
I know, bold statements. It's a bold strategy I took there, but, what can I say? I read a lot of Lacan. I think, do you have any thoughts on that? Actually, I know it's a tangent, but...
Not really. What I was thinking about that was a bit about surrealism, and the seat of surrealism other than France is Prague. I mean, there's something very surreal about the whole thing, whether it has anything to do with the deep unconscious other. I hate that phrase myself, but that's just me. You didn't seem to appreciate it too much either, so there we go.
I mean, I actually do kind of love postmodernist, post-structuralist language and thought, and I think it can have some good applications for creative interpretation, shall we say.
Mhm.
You know, Derrida's not all bad, is all I'm saying. But yeah, like I have always had a problem with this idea in the early psychologists that modern psychology is overturned. The idea that there's some other version of us that we don't know that's thinking in manufacturing aspects of ourselves unknown to us. I like to think that I am who I am, you know,
Well, and the
Asher,
thing
and
is,
that
in saying that, you're like, I wonder if I wondered what what he's thinking about there. Is he thinking about the wife swapping thing or something? Because it's really kind of dissing Kelley's ability as a scryer, and Kelley's an amazing scryer. So
exactly. Okay. Yeah. Angel Oriel revealed his sigil, a rather stylized energy signature, and gave preliminary instructions for a powerful talisman called the Sigil of Truth. Fashioned of wax, it was used in all future sessions as the base for the scrying crystal. It was actually not the Sigil of Truth, it was the Sigillum Deamet, the sigil of God's truth, or the true God. An important distinction, I think, between those two. This seal or sigil is, at first glance, similar to.
I'm just looking at this knife and candle and enjoying myself.
Yeah, clearly I ran out of free Prague stock footage and resorted to general witchiness.
I'm gonna go.
Does it work?
Refill my glass. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
I was entertained.
Good. I'm glad you're having fun. It's past the 3-hour mark, so you are officially now a streamer. You're officially a streamer, and we're about a quarter of the way through, about a third of the way through. We'll get there. Cool. Okay. Go get your drink. Go get your smoke them if you got them, people. I don't know what she's saying, but I'm sure it's awesome because she's an awesome lady. And if you want to hang out with her and I and many, many other awesome people, come and hang out with us online November 6th through 8th or in person in Austin, Texas. We have a whole building downtown. It's going to be amazing. There's 3 equal payment options available till the 20th of July. And here's a song I wrote about the event we're doing. register today, folks. It's going to be a very fun event. And Terry, you know, we have a full band for the event
That's
as well.
awesome. I can't
Like
wait.
Ike
I'm
Baker on
gonna wait for a
drums,
week.
Ike
Oh,
Baker on the drum kit,
I didn't know he was a
and
drummer.
electric guitar. Oh, he's amazing musician and singer.
Oh, wow.
He was a pro, like, you know, well, so I was in the Celtic genre. He was a pro like me, but in the more rock genre, and he did big things. Another one of my students is going to be there with doing, you know, all of us know how to do sound and stuff. So the team that will be there, musicians, everyone knows how to run sound, run a mixing board, and self-mix. And so we'll just have following Joseph H. Peterson's recommendation, we will keep instead of hiring local bands, which was the original idea, we're doing jam sessions, like full stage, full band. Yeah, one of my students will be there. He's professional sax and flute player, keyboardist, guitarist, singer, like so many pro musicians there. And Petey Newman is sick on guitar. He's self-taught, and I don't know how he's better than me on guitar. Jesus. So yeah, we're gonna have a blast on the Saturday night. We'll have we're having a wake for Edward Kelley.
There.
It's a wake because we're saying he died October 31st spiritually. Like we don't actually know when he died. Segue.
Well,
right?
We're having workshops, so can't we just? I mean, I know, like, just doing a seance is pretty low key compared to Enochian, but.
Oh, well, the songs will have Enochian in them. Don't worry. I've rewritten Leonard Skinner's Simple Man to be called Simple Mage, and it's about Ike, and we can have Enochian chanting in the background.
That sounds
You
awesome.
can get up on stage, do some of the calls.
I'm just going to come film it all. That's it.
We have professional videography and everything, but yeah, come film. You said you want to come film. We'll give you a camera. We'll set you up. You can be one of the videographers.
I will have a blast doing whatever. And by the way, the bit with Kelley, if it gets to, that may go too late to get into this, but you know, when Vincent was living in Donkey in the Cradle and writing all of this stuff that you are reading now, I remember one intense debate with a couple of his friends about, like, is this past life memory or spirit possession? We think Kelley has possessed him. Well, it's kind of hard to tell the difference, really. I mean, but there was some serious haunting going on in Donkey in the Cradle.
I mean, the Hermetic view is, if for anyone else in the Dr. Litwa Hermetica course right now, every Monday, it's pretty awesome. His new book's amazing. But the Hermetic view is like all the gods are daimones, all the spirits are daimones. There's tons of daimones, so many daimones, you have no idea, right? It's animistic. And so the idea, especially that you could tune in to Kelley or some other historical, I mean, there's so many Cleopatras. They can't, maybe they're all right. Maybe they're all just tuned in. Like, again, the idea that we understand how these things.
That sounds like a great class, because that's in fact actually my view. I've had, and you probably have too, this memory seeming to come in, and I'm like, I know that's not mine, but now I can see this thing happen. And Alan would have this happen even more often. It was like this whole series of thoughts unpacking. But I remember a particular point in my life where all the sacred geometry stuff that I was never that interested in, it was like I was reading this guy's website, and all of a sudden I'm like thinking what he's thinking. And I thought, God, did this dude just die? This is like mental fugue. But you can get in through the kind of stuff you're talking about and have a whole metaphysics that explains that. It's just not a metaphysics we're used to. Anyway,
absolutely great. Good night, Violet Star Voyager. Thanks for being here. It's good to see you. She's a very solid Enochian student, more solid than most, in fact. And it's great to have people that don't usually pop by the channel check it out. And yeah, I'm doing a lot more streaming. Why? Because we're doing these events. We're doing EnochiaCon this November and MagicCon next spring in Austin, and then EnochiaCon number 4 in Prague that autumn or winter. I don't know. It depends on what deal we can make with the new owners of the Kelley's Tower, because I knew the old owners. I knew the old hotel manager. He even was offering us to like have free use of the hotel if we came and November, December, because he says it's dead. So he's gone now, though, because COVID came. So we couldn't do this. We had to wait. And let's get back to the show. Are you guys having fun? Let me know in the chat if you're having fun. And if you have questions for Dr. Byrne about any of this stuff, don't be shy. There's no stupid questions. Truly, it doesn't even matter what you say. She'll turn any lead you throw away into gold.
Ramble. Hey, I'm going to send you. I just found the Expedia entry for Donkey in the Cradle, which is now called Moo by the Castle, which is a ridiculous name. I'm sending it to you separate from all of this, but you can book it on Expedia. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but there it is.
I don't know how to segue this meme any other way, so I'm just going to play you a meme and then we'll get back to the show.
Oh, relax. It's only magic.
Earlier ones by Agrippa and Reuchlin.
Classic.
But the version the spirits produced for Dee and Kelley is more detailed and aesthetically satisfying, designed as an embedded heptagon with a pentagram in the center. The Sigil of Truth, or SDA as magicians tend to call it in shorthand, SDA, theoretically acted as a template or pattern buffer for truthful communication. The Sigil of Truth, or SDA, also functioned as a geometric foundation on which the rest of the angelic system grew. Around the outer edge of the sigil is a series of letters and numbers. From these, the angels derived a series of great elemental names, which were said to describe the forces ruling each elemental tablet. The names of the angelic beings within the heptagram were transmitted in the form of letters arranged in squares. These squares were then read in different directions to produce even more angelic names. Today, this gives us the impression of a vast fractal universe, in which the nature of the intelligence consulted depends on the symmetry angle of your approach. And that's a brilliant insight. On March 26th, Kelley was shown a great book, with the leaves also filled with squares. For the next 13 months, Dee and Kelley struggled to copy the contents of this angelic volume, despite interruptions and interference from the spirits. The records of these sessions are full of odd material, elemental distractions and strangely accurate prophecies. Sometimes the spirits wouldn't appear at all, which is just another quick reminder to us to be doubtful of those who say they never fail in their magic and that it always works, eh? This behavior suggests that the spirits were of several types, with differing agendas, and that they had other things to do than wait for Dee and Kelley to show up for their lessons. Which is odd. If you think magic is just fantasy fulfillment, why would you sit down and take all that time to have a fantasy and then deny yourself that fantasy? The vision of the book marked the first appearance of material concerned with the angelic language. In the last 5,000 or so years, more than 7,000 natural languages have been recorded. Human ingenuity has created perhaps another 1,000, mostly for religious and magical uses. But we have no record of any language stranger than the one that emerged from these scrying sessions. Dee and Kelley's angelic or Enochian language is unique. Even now, it is impossible to tell if it is a natural or invented language, or whether it is, indeed, the language of the shining angelic beings. I'm not personally sure if that's the case. I think it's borderline glossolalia, but maybe the jury's still out on that. Of course, Donald Laycock in his Enochian dictionary, he was a linguist, so that's the best, I think, review of the language itself we've had. But perhaps there's been more recent studies on how much of a language it is. It doesn't really interest me, since the last thing I need from a magical language is the ability to speak it at the coffee shop.
Well, I'm a linguist.
I'm so excited to hear what you think of all this.
I mean, I've taught linguistics on a graduate level, so you me. But it doesn't.
That's real. That's real. Linguistics is actually not. I started to be a linguist. And my first year linguistics course, I aced everything but syntax. I go, got an F in
Yeah.
syntax, and I was like, okay, let's study. I switched to romantic poetry.
Yeah, well, I'd much rather do romantic poetry. So,
It was way more fun.
but I mean, you can say, and you've done some minor computer coding, right? Probably more than I have, but I did like
I did HTML like everyone back in the day for coding
Yeah.
for websites.
I did COBOL. Does anyone even know what COBOL is?
I do,
anymore?
yeah.
Probably not,
Yeah, of course.
but it works. To me, it's more. It is definitely not a natural language. And in terms of created languages, the only ones you get on there that are even like on the border are Tolkien, who is a friggin' genius, and so his Elvish. You can look at sources. He creates something that is pretty indistinguishable from a natural language. But most created languages, you can tell. My friend Bob tried to create a language that had that was a 4-dimensional language, but like you can now even show do computer analyses to show it. But the point is, it's not hard to show in any way at all for a variety of reasons, and I could list off some of them, that Enochian is not a natural language. You can't use the grammar in it to translate enough. It has enough English grammar, yes, but it doesn't consistently, and particularly when you get to the watchtowers and you can read something both directions. You can read a spiral this way, which means you could read it the other way. Now, what it does have a lot of similarities to is computer languages when you're dealing with the watchtowers. So what you have linguistically is the problem between things like the calls, where you put in vowel sounds so that you can say them the way we're used to, and no one really says them exactly the right way. And then names you derive in other places where they don't sound as much even like language. So that's a long-winded way of saying it. It's not a natural language. If you were to look for a grammar of it, it's closest to English. We can figure out why that is, but that's really only applying to things like the calls. I mean, what do you have when you're doing the Great Kings, for example? I mean, you have a grid and you're reading things this way or this way. There's a lot of computer languages where you can do something like that, but not natural languages, not at least on this planet. Maybe
And that's why we
and
that's why we call it a magical language, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't have any problem with it not being a natural language, actually. I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
I get these things every now and then where it's like, how would you say this in Enochian? It's like, why do you want to say that in Enochian? And there's been a number of projects by different people. Vincent started this and never finished it. But if you accept what I've just said, then you go and look at Dee and Kelley's. You look at the calls and you look at the English translation they get after Kelley doesn't do what he's supposed to do. So you get all this. It's like a third of all of Casaubon is all this stuff with the calls. Well, what you're getting there is filtered through a Renaissance consciousness. Would it be different if it was filtered through a 20th or 21st century consciousness? And that was at least Vincent's take on it, because some of the things like move and show yourself, okay, that works great. But some of the things seem particularly English of that time period coming through in ways. You can't help but wonder, would it be different now? Is it a sense of something they're working for? I don't know. That's all I had to ramble about.
Yeah. I mean, I see it like as I think these magical languages work like sigils and other sympathetic connectors between us and the daimones, the spirits.
Right. No,
and that's how I see it. Yeah. And so they give this connection, and maybe once we understand maybe there is more to it, and like but if there is, rather than being some grammatical language, I would see it being more along the lines of having its truths found in along the lines of what Darlene did with the cones.
Yeah. And that's the way that's the way that
like a geometric truth.
We were in the same place and you're looking at them as waveguides. It's like what Stan Tenen did with Hebrew.
And the fact that I see these letters or hear what I think sounds like an Enochian language as if it was pronounced by aliens or fairies, when I take super high doses, like 5-10 grams of mushrooms, is something that I've talked to other travelers, and they are like, yeah, you hear that language, you see it's writing, it's like, yeah, they're like, it's the language of nature, it's the voice of nature, which I think is fascinating because it's again a common experience across psychonauts.
When Alan would channel, they would do this tuning on him, and you were saying it sounded like glossolalia. Well, at first, this tuning would start as glossolalia, kind of thing, and then, particularly "oh da," which is supposed to be "and," I'd hear that, and I thought, God, is he going to start talking in Enochian? This is going to be really weird, but that never did happen. Anyway.
Yeah, Zodica, Oda, Zodica, yes, or Zodica, depending on if you cut the Zod, Zodica, Zodameranu,
PFA, Oh, oops! I opened the veil. I better go shut it now. Hold on. Okay, we're good.
Creak. Shuts. You shut the veil.
I feel special. Thank you.
Hey, you got a clap from Shia LaBeouf.
Hey.
Moreover, the way I
He's a normal
believe that
guy.
reality works in terms of its most basic form of ontological.
See, I wanted to put an Enochian sigil in here or
ground.
Heptarchian sigil, but I didn't have the
alphabet.
I couldn't even manage that with video design at the time, but now I can do all that stuff. It's crazy what I can do now. So yeah, giddy up.
It appeared first. 21 special characters, each with its own title. The titles are odd, with little relationship between title and the phonetic value of the character, and were dictated in 3 groups of 7, totaling 64 characters in all, which suggests another magical square arrangement. It also suggests the I Ching, the Kondons of DNA, and the Tzolk'in calendar of the ancient Mayans. As an added bit of strangeness, 21 is exactly the number of symbols needed to transcribe phonetic English without confusion. These characters were then used to dictate the first texts in the angelic language. On Good Friday, March 29, 1583, the angels began with a slow, deliberate method. The angels spelled each word letter by letter, and then Dee wrote out the English and read it back to fill in a large 49 by 49 square, where each square was a word and each line a text. After 2 lines of text, Dee expressed a desire for a simpler method. Annoyed at the request, the angel departed. By the following Tuesday, when the session reconvened, the angels were prepared with a completed square from which Kelley could read off the text. Kelley, however, had not memorized the letters given the previous week. Annoyed again, the angel intervened. A voice. Read. Edward Kelley. I cannot. Dee. You should how learned the characters perfectly, and their names, that you mout now how readily named them to me as you should see them. A voice. Say what thou thinkest. Dee. He said so to E.K. Edward Kelley. My head is on fire. A voice. What thou thinkest, every word that speak. Edward Kelley. I can read all now most perfectly, and in the 3rd row this I see to be read. Palce duxma ge nadem ho eleg. Extract here is from Sloan, manuscript 3188, April 2nd, 1583.
Oh, cool.
What happened here?
I guess
That's nice.
The angel said, What thou thinkest, every word that speak. And Kelley miraculously began to read. Kelley's
It's my adaptation of a Stenwick design, but since then the angel showed me the design I should use, which I have in my course at enochiangrimoire.com. But this is modified from a Stenwick, the Stenwick method of putting the king and the prince on the with the ministers and standing on it. Yeah, a great method. And he'll be there at EnochiaCon teaching something crazy. Go to enochiacon.com and see what the workshop Scott Michael Stenwick is doing this year with the Caco demons. It's wild. You won't believe it till you read it, and come show up. It's limited to like 20 people. It's not full. There you go.
Head is on fire comment suggests something very strange happened that afternoon. Did the angels, those non-earthly, non-local intelligences, force Kelley's consciousness into resonance with a language pattern coded into our very DNA? The texts that Kelley generated from the tables show to him by the angels resemble the vast literary mandalas of Tibet, and like them are full of phonetic patterning, repetition, rhyme, and alliteration. This type of verbal patterning is not found in normal speech, but is characteristic of poetry and magical charms, as well as speaking in tongues, or glossolalia. That is, language produced under trance conditions. There is no question that Kelley was in some kind of trance during these sessions. Dee notes many occasions indicative of a deep trance state on Kelley's part. What were they smoking, eh? However, this does not mean that the language produced in these sessions was meaningless gibberish. The phonetic patterning is also similar to verb tense and other grammatical drills. Perhaps Kelley, with the help of these angels, were constructing in a trance state the linguistic links his unconscious needed in order to receive a more complete form of the angelic language. But that developed from these original text-filled squares. The squares of the Liber Loga, or the Book of the Speech from God, as Kelley and Dee called the great book of his vision, did indeed form the basis of a new series of 49 invocations dictated in the spring of 1584, while Dee and Kelley were in Krakow, Poland. Unfortunately, the details of how this version of the Enochian language developed from the squares is very unclear. Also, remember, of course, they didn't use the word Enochian for any of this. That was coined by the Golden Dawn for their adaptation and version of Dee and Kelley's angel magic, which had the language in it called angelical or Adamic or Edenic variously. All we can be sure of is that it was generated somehow.
Or celestial. I missed celestial.
Oh, now who
Right.
did Celestial?
Dee called it celestial as well.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, celestial, Adamic, angelic, angelical, but never Enochian. That was what the Golden Dawn called their version of it, which is why I think that's why I say it doesn't make sense to call the Golden Dawn Neo-Enochian, because they're the ones who called their thing Enochian.
And I'm glad that you say
that
Enochian,
would make you
and I say
Neo-Terry.
But some of you say Enochian because of the Book of Enoch. And what is the connection? Well, there's another whole 4-hour stream going down that way. But
I like to mix up my pronunciations so that people, I like to say like Tiferet the proper way, Tiferet, Tiferet. I like to mix up my pronunciations in general just so that people remember that to not get stuck up on those things, because we all know what we all mean. Chill, people. It's okay.
How out of the previous tables and squares, and this time a translation was provided right from the start. With these translations, we begin to find a real language emerging. The grammar and syntax are similar to English, perhaps because of Kelley's unconscious linguistic processes, but vocabulary elements, roots, and prefixes and case endings are not directly derivable from English, Greek, Latin, or Hebrew. Some words suggest Sanskrit and ancient Egyptian roots, languages completely unknown to either Kelley or Dee. In 1586, Kelley and Dee found the patronage of the wealthy Bohemian Count Willem Rosberg. They settled in the town of Trebon and continued their researches. By then, Kelley had married Jane Cooper and adopted her daughter, the future poetess Elizabeth Jane Weston. In 1587, Kelley had revealed to Dee that the angels had ordered them to share everything they had, including their wives. It has been speculated that this was a way for Kelley to end the fruitless spiritual conferences so that he could concentrate on alchemy, which, under the patronage of Rosenberg, was beginning to make Kelley wealthy. Dee, anguished by the order of the angels, subsequently broke off the spiritual conferences, even though he did share his wife. He did not see Kelley again after 1588 and returned to England the following year. This account is dated and not actually quite accurate, as we now know. And there's significant evidence to point that they were part of this thing, I believe, called the Family of Love. I heard Dr. Justin Sledge talking about that with Aaron Leach, and it seems they might have been part of some sort of Elizabethan free love kind of community. So who knows? Future researchers will have to let us know.
Do you know anything about the Family of Love?
We
talked about it before briefly.
I heard it all about the Family of Love. So the best book out by a guy, his last name is Hamilton, on the Family of Love, just mentions Dee in a footnote and says, well, he's the most plausible English candidate of the Family of Love. But the Plantin's printing press on the continent was a Family of Love printing press, and they were associated with Dee in a certain way. I forgot. The people that printed the Monad, same thing. I can't remember the argument, but the thing is with Dee, it's very plausible. I guess with Kelley, it could be too. It just seems to me more like Kelley was horny for Dee's wife, but it could be I'm just that narrow-minded.
Well, no, I mean Justin's video on that frames. I think he even cites that her diaries or some evidence shows that she was traumatized and horrified by it. Is that true? Do you think?
Oh, Jane Dee? Oh yeah. I mean, she.
Yeah, so that's
so I'm just talking to the Family of Love thing. We would know most about the Family of Love through parody. So there's an English parody or satire called The Family of Love, where basically people say all these lofty things and then they swap spouses and all go off to different beds with each other. I mean, there was a Family of Love, and what their actual beliefs were. Well, one of their beliefs that people know is that if you're in danger, basically say anything to save your life. So if that means you're going to say, I'm not a member of the Family of Love, that's what you're going to say. And some members of the Family of Love, as the Puritanism got a little out of hand, hid within other Protestant schisms, like especially within the Quakers.
My family from in Ireland goes back to the Quakers originally in the Middle Ages, or not Middle Ages, but Robert the Bruce times. Yeah. Quakers, I mean, I kind of like them. I kind of like Quakers.
Oh yeah, and
let's talk about Shakespeare.
Oddly, that they hid in with them after this group formed. So we're having to. How does that work? Okay. You know what? Forget that thought, because they have to go through the Quakers first and then they get to this other schism. Never mind. I'm sorry.
I don't know if people know this, but the way Quakers worship, they sit in silence for like 45 minutes to an hour, I think, and no one talks unless the spirit talks through them. And you might think, oh, well, so how do you know? And they have the thing I was taught by my Quaker librarian in seminary was the rule of thumb is, which is something maybe considerable for us as magicians when we're communicating with spirits. The rule of thumb is, if the thought goes through your mind, is this from the spirit? Don't stand up.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So like if you cannot talk, then don't talk. The only time you should talk is if you really are, the compulsion, the spirit moves you and you have no choice. Yeah. Obviously, is that in practice, I'm sure it's a little less strict than that. But because how human beings are, we're wild and crazy. But yeah, there you go. Some fun facts about the Quakers for all you kids out there who might not know who makes the famous oats.
Here in Prague, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, Francis Garland and William Shakespeare. During Dr. John Dee and Sir Edward Kelley's stay in Prague, a number of spies working for various factions of the English government followed. or perhaps accompanied their mission. As it is apparent from Dee's diaries that he and Kelley were also doing a little intelligence work, this comes as no surprise. The surprise, however, is the identity of one of those secret agents. Could the man we now know as William Shakespeare have been working as an English courier spy from the late 1580s, at least until the mid-1590s? Could he have been the man whom Dr. John Dee called Francis Garland, who repeatedly visited Dee and Kelley in Trebon at the height of their alchemical experiments? Francis Garland appears in Dr. Dee's diary from December 1586 through March of 1595, and in all that time we find not a single instance of Shakespeare being somewhere else when Francis Garland was visiting Dee. John Dee reports that Francis Garland and his brother Edward Garland were present at Kelley's Tower public demonstration of the Philosopher's Stone. Edward and Francis Garland are also specifically referred to in one angelic conversation, where they are castigated as spies. Most of the dates for Francis Garland fall in Shakespeare's lost years. Shakespeare left Stratford in the summer of 1585, and we know nothing of what he was doing until April 18th, 1593, when his poem Venus and Adonis was registered in London. Not long after Shakespeare's rise to fame began, Francis Garland disappeared. By Garland's last visit to Dee in 1595, it is possible that both Romeo and Juliet and A Midsummer's Night Dream were finished and read with approval by Dee. Some kind of oral or family tradition connecting Edward Kelley and Shakespeare seems to have survived long enough for Elias Ashmole in the mid-17th century to pick up on it. In his 1652 anthology dedication of Edward Kelley's poem concerning the Philosopher's Stone to Kelley's, quote, especially good friend G.S. Gent, calling William Shakespeare G.S. would not be much of a stretch, especially since Shakespeare's baptism records in Stratford-upon-Avon from April 26, 1564, list his name as Gulielmus Shaxper. As a further bit of evidence, there are two notes or letters bound into the back of Sloane Manuscript 3191, containing Dee's diaries that are signed Gulielmus. These have been variously attributed to Dee and Kelley's patron William Rosenberg, but the contents do not support the attribution. They are backed by a description of the arrival of...
So, you know, this letter...
Give it to me.
Okay, like this whole bit about Shakespeare, as you know, like I wrote several articles about it. I attributed the idea to Vincent, and I kind of stayed as underground as I could. I mean, I was a tenured English professor. This is just a good way to raise the ire of everyone, is to say, I figured out who Shakespeare is. And in fact, it did raise the ire of our Shakespearean, but he didn't, you know, we felt the same about each other. And, you know, things would come out of the printer. He'd come by my office and say, oh, Terry, this is weird. It must be yours. But anyway, so that poem that you were just reading.
You guys didn't get along at all?
Oh, we got, I mean.
You didn't go to see Shakespeare plays together?
We didn't hate each other. We just, but
you were dueling partners.
He did tell me at one point that I had a really out of vogue Shakespeare theory that you know, the Earl of Oxford was the thing, and I said I thought the Earl of Oxford was a pedophile. That was probably the closest we got into an argument. Anyway, that poem you were reading about, I wrote a whole article explicating it, which is online, and Kelley is writing about the creation of magical theater. And it's also a really good poem. I mean, I don't know that Kelley wrote much poetry or not, but that poem is a really good poem. And as
it sure does sound like it's referring to what P.D. Newman thinks it is. It sounds like to me like someone knows that kind of a true secret.
Oh, yeah, but
how to make the Philosopher's Stone.
I'm just saying that's the thing you were reading about. It's about the Philosopher's Stone, but to G.S. Gent. It's to Shakespeare. talking about how to create a magical theater. I mean, that's one way of reading it.
Yeah.
Then anyway, the last thing you read there, that was my big discovery back when Vincent and I were working together. But of course, he's co-opted it, which is in this case probably fair because he's the one that came up with the idea that Francis Garland could have been G.S. Gent in Shakespeare anyway. But there's a lot more, and if you add into this that, say, the second best playwright at that time, Marlowe, Marlowe scholars used to say, no, Marlowe wasn't a spy. Now it's basically clear, like, yeah, he was a spy, and he was probably killed because he was a spy. And so why wouldn't Shakespeare have been an intelligencer? The most gifted, linguistically gifted young men would maybe wind up being both playwrights and intelligencers. So
Wow.
Anyway,
That's
time
great.
for my soda.
Yeah.
Francis Garland, functioning as some kind of messenger for Kelley and Edward Dyer, another English spy.
And so so for people who don't know, the theory is that Francis Garland is Shakespeare.
And all these Garland brothers, just I'll toss this in there because he didn't know that. Yes,
It's getting late at night. We don't want people having to think too hard.
Okay.
The theory is Francis Garland is Shakespeare, right?
But then why would they be called the Garland brothers? Yes, that's the theory.
Okay.
Well, because very simply, Garland, Rosary of Garlands, there's a famous painting that is about the rosary, and you could connect this right back to your family of love theory. But the Brotherhood of the Rose Garland was a real thing right before the Reformation. So now you have English brothers. All you need to do is put Rose Garland in there, and you'd have a recognizable group from that time period, according to art historians.
Very cool.
Anyhow,
We all love the Shakespeare stuff.
it is getting late, and I'm probably, I think I should start spiking my water here, and I'll be quieter.
Oh, please.
Supposition would be that these are notes from Francis Garland, signed with the Latin version of his real name, William. If we make the identification of Dee's Francis Garland with the rising playwright William Shakespeare, then most of the mysteries surrounding Shakespeare's life disappear like actors at the end of a play. A sudden light is thrown on the lost years, and a real person, not a cipher or a mask, emerges. This young Will didn't waste his time holding horses in front of playhouses and apprentice as an actor. He went directly to the source of the national literary renaissance, Sir Philip Sidney's group. And in that circle, he met Edward Dyer, who was perhaps in need of another bright young poet who could write quickly and cleanly, and so off to Prague as Francis Garland. On the coasts of Bohemia, many of Shakespeare's plays have references to legends, events, and people that he would have encountered in Prague or on his travels with Dr. Dee. Perhaps most prominently Bohemian were the plays presented at the royal wedding of Prague's Winter King, Frederick, Elector of the Palatinate, and Elizabeth, daughter of James I. The Winter's Tale with its oddly Bohemian locale, and The Tempest, which would, of course, suggest to his royal viewers the recently deceased Dr. Dee as Prospero. Both of these plays are echoes of the reflections on his Prague experiences.
And that's kind of accepted in mainstream scholarship that Dee was probably the popular image adapted by Shakespeare for Prospero.
Yeah, it's you can watch
mainstream.
It through, yeah, I mean that's mainstream scholarship.
Yeah.
Is that either the Prospero is based on Dee or it's based on Shakespeare himself as a goodbye to theater, and it can easily be both. Yeah.
So cool. Null who says still going. You know it, baby. Dr. Burns is officially a streamer.
No.
Watch out, Hassan. She's coming for you.
In The Winter's Tale, Shakespeare gives Bohemia a seacoast. Rather than suggesting that Shakespeare knew nothing about the real Bohemia, this point suggests that he knew quite a bit about Bohemia's history. At the height of the Premuslid dynasty's power in the 13th century, Bohemia did in fact have an Adriatic coast, reachable from Sicily, as Shakespeare describes.
In the play, much is made of that connection between Bohemia and Sicily, one that is not apparent in history until one examines the origins of Prague's castle cathedral. Saint Vitus was a Sicilian saint donated to Prague by Henry the Fowler in 925 AD, and the future Saint Vaclav built the rotunda that would over time become the cathedral. The king of Bohemia's name, Polixenes, strongly suggests a real person that Shakespeare probably met, Polyxena Pernstein Rosenberg. The name also suggests a king who rules over many strangers, a name that was applicable both to the Premslis and to the Holy Roman Emperor. There are persistent rumors or legends concerning Shakespeare's visit to Prague that have survived to this day almost anonymously. These legends suggest that Shakespeare visited Prague 12 times, which matches very closely on the number of times Francis Garland visited Prague, 13, counting trips from Trebon. These legends also connect Shakespeare with both Václav Budovec and Tadeusz Hajek, both known to be friends with Dee and Kelley. There are many personal connections among the Prague alchemists to England, and Budovec and Hajek definitely had contacts there. Michael Meyer has also been suggested as one of Shakespeare's contacts, perhaps even assisting in Meyer's immigration to England after Rudolph II's death. Michael Meyer, of course, wrote the Atalanta Fugians and many other Rosicrucian texts. Shakespeare could have seen Shylock of Merchant of Venice any day at the Ungelt money market. His knowledge of court protocol and the vagaries of monarchy could be observed and studied at Prague Castle. Hamlet may have been inspired by Shakespeare's return from Prague with Dee by way of Denmark. And there are many more such echoes of Shakespeare's experiences with Dee, and especially Kelley, to be found in his plays and poems. However, since this is not the place to examine them all, we will turn to two of the most interesting, A Midsummer Night's Dream and Romeo and Juliet. In many ways, A Midsummer Night's Dream is Shakespeare's most fascinating work. It is also one of the few plays by Shakespeare that have no directly attributable source. According to the best guesses of Shakespearean scholarship, A Midsummer's Night Dream was written sometime between 1593 and 1595, the years in which Francis Garland was traveling back and forth between England and Prague, taking messages and letters between Dee and perhaps Lord Burghley and Edward Kelley. In early 1590, Edward Kelley purchased several houses in Prague, including one on John's Hill, just below the castle. This, like most of the little quarter, the Great Fire of 1541 had burned out John's Hill.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier about Kelley's greatness in the video. It's like, there's a lot of magicians who live and die and don't own one house. Somehow he got a bunch of them and
These
a
were big
castle.
places. When I was there, Alicia and I went and visited some outside of Prague, like the one where he owned this whole mine. There was still an Edward Kelley restaurant there, and it's like it was huge.
Wow.
And I mean, and in their local history, there are Kelley stories. They're not good stories. There were but they were stories.
Not good stories.
Anyway.
We're almost there. We're in the end game now, Doctor.
Remains of a large Gothic-style house that had been gutted by the fire was rebuilt by the mid-1540s into something close to a small fortress, with an enclosed central courtyard and a living area accessible only by a tower with a spiral staircase. As was customary, the house had a name, and possibly a sign that went with it. The name of the rebuilt house on John's Hill was the Donkey Inn, or at the Cradle. This was probably a reference to the scene at Bethlehem, with even the animals bearing witness to Jesus' birth. It would have been known that by that name when Francis Garland arrived in the early 1590s with messages for Kelley. After Kelley's death, as his reputation became even more inflated, and it confused with that of Faustus, a curious story developed. A local woman supposedly interrupted him at his studies, and as a punishment, he gave her a child a donkey's head. Hence the donkey in the cradle. Kelley, with his claims of Irish nobility,
Lord Imani was one of his official titles, would have been very familiar with the Celtic Fae and their legends. It is not too difficult, in fact, to imagine that Kelley himself started the rumor concerning the donkey's head to frighten his neighbors. We can also imagine him relating it one evening over some good Czech pivo to a visiting messenger, Francis Garland or William Shakespeare, with suitable elaborations. It is at Prague Castle itself that we find the starting point of our next play, Romeo and Juliet. On the 11th of January, 1587, William Rosenberg, the Burgrave of Bohemia and Dee and Kelley's main patron at that point, married his fourth wife, the much younger and very fashionable Polexina Pernstein, in a ceremony.
Regarding the donkey and the cradle thing, if I'm not mistaken, one of the earliest depictions of Jesus is crucified as a donkey. So I think there's actually, yeah. So I don't think they meant it in a kind way, though I could be wrong about that. They might have. It could Jesus. Well, he rode in on a donkey, right? So there's the association.
By the way, so real quick on thing here with the donkey and the cradle. If you go up in that alchemist's museum, there's this whole Shakespeare exhibit, and you peer in. You're at the donkey and the cradle, and you see the scene from Midsummer Night's Dream. And what Vincent is assuming as he's writing this is that you know that the King of the Fairies turns the Fairy Queen into a donkey, and that's in Midsummer Night's Dream. So
I can't wait for all of us to be there. It's going to be so amazing. I do hope Aaron and Justin come. I know they couldn't come this year, but you know, it's going to be also wild to see what the Europeans say when they get their invitations, like Georgi Zuni and what's the other guy, Egil Asprum. I'm curious to see what their responses will be to the invitations.
Yeah.
Because, you know, and Deborah, we're going to invite Debbie. We'll invite Debbie. I mean, you were, oh, I know, but it's a matter.
You'll have to see, I'm just totally jealous of her. That's all.
It's a matter of formality. We have to invite them.
Jealousy. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, we have to invite them.
Not come.
Yeah, well, you were sort of knocking cheesy novels earlier, and said, "Watch out, I might write a cheesy novel." Well, I didn't hurt her.
I mean, I have to look.
It did no damage to her life.
Great story, and this needs.
My mom's made me watch the TV adaptation
when
twice.
She did that, I was like, "That's supposed to be me. Look at this. She's doing what I wanted to do. Damn it!"
She beat you to the punch.
I know.
But you can still write
3 novels. I plan on it, but you know.
Yeah.
I have to, you know, I can even, and I don't know that I want to do this next thing, but I could even redeem the portrayal of Edward Kelley, because the weakest thing in her wonderful novel is this bizarre, she has a scene at the Donkey in the Cradle, several scenes, where the vampire is holding Kelley upside down by his feet, making him say something. I mean, but Kelley's an easy target. So it's like Kelley's wife is a drunk and Kelley's an asshole. But the rest of it, I mean, it's wonderful. And the last little thing, it's late, but if you watch Harkness's Discovery of Witches, it's wonderful. But in the novel, there's this great line about Dee and his wife, that they grumbled at each other like a married couple that cared much for one another, but something like that, sort of like, I love you, I'm sick of you. Anyway, you just got the idea that was how she felt about having to study Dee for too many years, and it's kind of how I'm starting to feel. Okay,
yeah.
I'm talking too much.
No, it's cool. And for those who don't know, she did her doctorate with my PhD supervisor, Nicholas Goodrick Clark, and she literally did discover a lost Dee manuscript mislabeled under geomancy, just like the character in her novel does. So it's actually pretty cool.
I'm so jealous of her, and she's so good. So it's
she's great. That's why we're gonna invite her to come get stoned with us in Austin.
But if she does,
or Prague, Prague. It's not stone because they do the Delta 8. Prague's Delta 8. Yeah, no. Honestly, the thing about Prague that's really cool isn't their Delta 8 fake grass. It is the cool concoctions they make at the Calixer bar. With with the mist, with the smoke. It's gone now. Is it closed?
But there's all these absinthe bars. I mean, absinthe.
There's so many. Yeah,
wonderful.
There's so many. It'll be a fun time. Get your register today for everything, people.
At St. Vitus's Cathedral. Afterwards, they hosted an elaborate festivity in the Rosenberg Palace just across St. George's Square from the cathedral and tucked ostentatiously behind the old royal palace, as befits one of the foremost families in the kingdom. As part of the evening's events, the original Italian version of the masque, a sort of fashion show and dance with set pieces or tableau mixed in, of Romeo and Juliet was performed. We know from Dee's diary that Kelley attended. He returned to Trebon with a guest's present for Joanna. From the diaries, it would also appear that Francis Garland accompanied him to Prague and in all likelihood to Rosenberg's wedding. Therefore, Shakespeare, as Garland, watched the original Romeo and Juliet in a setting that was sure to overwhelm the young poet. The scene of Rosenberg's wedding masque is echoed in Scene 5 of the first act of Romeo and Juliet. The entire scene, with its performance of a masque, suggests the original setting and circumstance under which Shakespeare observed it. The scene in Rosenberg's wedding masque is echoed in Scene 5 of the first act of Romeo and Juliet. The entire scene with its performance of a masque suggests the original setting and circumstance under which Shakespeare observed it, and in that sense we might be forgiven if we look more closely at the moment for the source of Romeo's affections. Romeo describes her at first glance as hanging on the cheek of night, as a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear, declaring that he never saw true beauty till this night. As Romeo moves to make contact with Juliet and is observed by Tybalt, the action slows down, allowing Romeo and Juliet to perform a sonnet duet that is among Shakespeare's finest pieces of poetry. It also, through its introductory symbolism, points us toward the mysterious figure in Shakespeare's sonnet cycle known as the Dark Lady. Could it be that Shakespeare met his Dark Lady, object of some of his most powerful verse and deepest emotions, at the Rosenberg's wedding? It seems distinctly possible. Polixena Pernstein was the center of a small circle of court beauties, and they would all have been at her wedding. The best candidate is one of Polixena's closest friends.
None of this can be cited. This is all like Vincent's past life remote viewing dump. I mean, anyway. However,
we're here for it, right, people? We're here for it.
I mean, I'm all for it, but like this is why the rest of us need. Well, go ahead and push play there.
The young.
When I was in Prague, Romeo and Juliet was playing. I went to see it, and weird shit happened when I went to see it. But the weirder shit before that was one of Vincent's girlfriends, who was a very dark lady and a very nice person. Yeah, well, so Vincent is texting her like all this stuff about Romeo and Juliet. It's like, you and Terry have to go see Romeo and Juliet. And I had my usual reaction to him being pushy like that, especially since like I was having to overhear too much love talk coming over Skype and shit like that. So I'm thinking, don't tell me to go see Romeo and Juliet just because you want to write this stuff about Romeo and Juliet. So we did anyway. And I'm really glad I went. It was one of the weirdest magical events of my life. Like, and that wasn't because of that performance. It was just something settling around that was very, very odd.
Man, getting to take you to Bard on the Beach, Shakespeare down in Vancouver, our famous Shakespeare Festival in 2024. Or was it 2025? Yeah, I can't believe we actually got to do that. Sometimes I remember we did that. I'm like, that is so great. Yeah, we saw Mary Wise of Windsor. Wasn't the best of their work I've ever seen, but it was pretty damn good.
It was awesome to go to that.
Yeah, and it was traditional. This year they're doing none of their plays in traditional clothing. They're doing like a Bend It Like Beckham version, and then like a homeless dystopian version. And there's nothing in original costumes. And call me crazy, but like I like the Elizabethan costumes, or I like some sort of period thing, but like, you know, I'm just not there for a Bend It Like Beckham version.
No, it's sort of like, let's go see Hamlet
As You
from
Like It.
Denmark Corporation or whatever that horrible.
They are doing a goblin performance of some play, a different famous play from Greece, I think. Anyway, so they do fun stuff. So that's cool. Bard on the Beach, shout out.
Wife of the current imperial chancellor, Katerina de Montfort-Hradec. Such a glimpse, or even, as suggested in the play, a brief contact, would have been enough to produce an explosion of poetic creativity. To Shakespeare, filled with Ovid and Sidney and fueled by medieval romances, such an encounter could only have been a gift from the muse. When we examine the Dark Lady sonnets, numbered 127 through 152 in the 1609 edition, we find a woman who matches, in many ways, our most likely candidate. She is dark, most prominently with dark eyes and curly hair, musical in her tastes and somewhat imperious and unbending, as well as more than a little false in her actions. Sonnet 143 shows us that the Dark Lady is a mother, and the apparent age of the child matches that of the real young Adam II, Hradec, Katerina's son. Shakespearean scholars such as Dr. Leslie Hodson have considered that the bulk of the sonnets, including the Dark Lady sequence, were composed in the late 1580s and early 1590s, and later polished circa 1595. This dating falling in the lost years, and Francis Garland's years in Prague, allows us to look favorably on a Dark Lady in Polyxena's circle in Prague. But if Katerina Hradec is Shakespeare's Dark Lady, then what of that third corner of the triangle found in the sonnets? The rival poet? The sequence of sonnets from 76 to 86 inclusive is known as the rival poet sonnets. In doubt is the identity of the rival poet. Certainly it is not George Chapman, who has been suggested due to lines in Sonnet 686 concerning familiar ghosts. This, however, is too late for the obvious Armada references in the same sonnet. The rival poet is also mentioned in the Dark Lady sonnets, and so we might suppose that these sonnets refer to that person as well. I hope you've enjoyed this podcast today. Thanks for sticking around till the end. And if you do and want to check out my EnochianGrimoire.com course, Exploration of Traditional and Purist Enochian Magic, you can do so with a 20% off discount using code DRDYE. Have a great day.
All right. That seemed to end abruptly.
When it's over,
Research Society returns to
look at
bring
that.
esoteric scholarship
There we go.
and practice in 2026 with two major events
baked in.
held in Austin, Texas.
No, that,
Register for an annual membership and
At the end
attend
of that, I thought
online
it was
or in
that I was
person
listening to
all of
Shakespeare.
our annual events.
Sorry?
no, at the end of that, I was thinking I'm listening to Shakespeareans again.
Yeah, I know.
Not the sonnets.
We'll play this quick, then we'll talk a bit more, and then we'll wrap up.
Events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, Enochiacon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and Enochiacon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.
Well, this was amazing. Thanks for doing such an epic thing with me.
I had no idea we'd still be online 4 hours later, but this was awesome.
Yeah, it is what it is. People like and subscribe, share the show, send in some super chats if you can donate to the streaming efforts we're putting out. You can buy free memberships for each other. You can buy memberships. And we'll get a new emoji when we get like 15 more. So that's really cool. You can tell me what emoji to make, and I'll make the emoji. We'll get our emoji on. And yeah, and most importantly, attend the event and support our growth towards bigger and better things. It's growing massively each year and going very well. So thank you everyone for making it what it is up to this point. It's been amazing. It makes me feel like this. So yeah, just send in any what?
I didn't know that about you. I'm going to bring you a Fez.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, so thanks everybody.
Hey, thanks for having me on here. This was a lot of fun.
Do you have any reflections on the Odyssey we just completed?
Do I? I probably would.
Hearing all that. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on?
My biggest reflection is with all that is just listening to it, I just thought of all of the times with Vincent digging into this stuff, all of the good times, all the arguments, and it was like, yes, I miss having him around. I mean, even when he was being very insufferable, like Alan and I moved across the country to live near he and Darlene, and then right as we got there, he announced he was moving to Prague. That was like the most insufferable thing he ever did. And even in those, we were both like, but we liked being around him. There was no one who was more fun and could spend more. And whenever he'd come back from Prague, he would have all these long Prague stories he wanted to tell. And he's like, no, nobody else is going to want to hear these stories. So, I mean, that's what I was honestly reflecting about more myself, which is maybe more or too personal to be of interest, but it's just.
Well, it's a very practical, magical podcast. So any of those sort of, we don't mind channeling insights or past life memories. He
started writing Dark Lady sonnets while he was there. I'd forgotten about all of that till I was listening to this. I mean, they were pretty good too.
I mean, from a lot of points of view, beyond this world, from the spirit realm, it's not the past, it's the present. He's just experiencing it from a different point of view in time space, right?
Yeah. Well,
is that sound pseudoscience, doctor?
I'm not that kind of doctor.
I know. That's why I called it
and ask them. But I would tend to agree. Anyway, I'm going to call it a night here.
We are. We are cooked.
We are
done. We are done, and it's been such a pleasure. Such an honor to have you back, and for such a crazy long stream. It's an initiation, to be sure. This sort of thing. And it took. I did the first time I did an hour-long stream. I was so exhausted. I was like, how the hell do people do this? But that's where the things like the promos and video things and ads and watching videos comes in handy, and that sort of gives you a bit of a relief and a bit of an adrenaline kick to
I'm very glad that you are good at doing this and you're promoting all of this stuff. We've needed something like Enochian, like the whole, and they've been a blast, every single one of them. So
they've been they're truly unique events. It's not like we're doing the same thing every year.
No.
And this year with the amount of practical workshops, oh my God. You're doing an Enochian practical workshop on openings by Watchtower in a small room with a small group of people that's not streamed, not recorded. Ashen Chassan's doing a whole 2-hour workshop as well in a private room.
And
so is Temple Louv's, Jason Louv's.
Take his scrying one.
Yeah, because they generally won't be going on at the same time as each other. They'll be going on during the presenters who are presenting remotely via Zoom from Europe. Because it won't matter for the presenters on Zoom to see a large audience in front of them. Right. So that's why we're doing it. And that's how that'll be arranged. But yeah, there's other workshops. Scott Michael Stenwick, Ashen Chassan, Temple Louvre, Frater Eleftheria is doing a Parts of the Earth.
Is he going to be physically there? He's
going to be there in person.
Oh, awesome.
He's doing a lecture, he's doing a workshop, and he's doing a lunchtime roundtable. We have so many people that we've moved to doing roundtables during lunch because we'll have a full sandwich bar in the dining hall, and so everyone can make you know, gluten-free or regular sandwiches and everything and stay inside for the 2-hour lunch break. And for one of them, on one of the days of the 3, we'll have a 2-hour roundtable with Eleutheria and our mystery guest.
Yeah.
I've said too much. I've said too much. I've said too much. I just okay. Shh. This is not the you remember. Okay. Well, that's so it's going to be so much fun. We're going to have so much fun, and then Prague will be a whole other thing entirely. It's really
that's going
crazy.
to be that's going to be wonderful. And by the way, I sent you this awful link about how to get the new name of Donkey in the Cradle now. Although
cool.
I hate this name, it's Moo by the Castle. What a stupid name to change from a Donkey in the Cradle to Moo by the Castle. I mean, were they high? That's just an awful name for that place. But anyway, so
Are you high or just incredibly stupid?
okay then. Thank you.
Well, with that
Yeah, okay. You're the one that's going to have to shut this down because
and erudite ending. Well, you know, we actually have an outro video where you guys can check out me singing a song I wrote about this upcoming conference. Thank you everyone for being here. Send in a super chat if you can manage it. Buy some gift memberships for your friends. It's going to be very exciting. A lot of people here will be there in person, and we will see you on the flippity flop. Thank you and good.
Tonight.